And welcome everyone to a brand new competitive year, a new season of Grandmasters, and most importantly, a new competitive format. Making its debut in week 2 of our first season of Hearthstone Grandmasters this year will be the brand new format called Trio. And fortunately for you, your boy Sottle is here to talk you through exactly how it works. Trio starts with all players in the tournament being offered the same groups of 3 different classes. For example, Druid, Paladin, and Mage. There can be any number of these groups, but crucially, all players receive the same options. Players then select one group of classes blindly without knowing what anyone else in the tournament has selected, but crucially knowing that all players have selected from the same options they did. Importantly, these class buckets do not contain any cards that you must play or even a suggestion of an archetype. Each player has complete freedom to build whatever they like within the classes they have chosen. Once all players have chosen and submitted their lineup, then the actual match format is just good old-fashioned best of 5 conquest, only in this case with no ban, because each player only has a 3-deck lineup. For those of you unfamiliar with conquest, that just means that each player is free to queue any deck they like for the duration of the series, but after each deck wins, it is then no longer eligible for selection. The first player to win with all 3 of their decks is declared victorious and wins the series. So what's the big idea here? Well, we like Conquest as a format. It generally works, it creates interesting strategies and risk-reward calculations which are generally pretty fun to watch. However, there is a risk that, particularly deep into a certain metagame, you create an amount of homogeneity and repetition as these alleged optimal order strategies evolve and players start to follow those strategies. With Trio, you have a lot more agency to force players out of their comfort zone. For example, if a particular class is underrepresented, let's say Warlock, you can force every player to play Warlock by just including Warlock in every single one of the class groupings that are available. Conversely, if a class is overrepresented, let's just say, I don't know, Priest, for example, you could force every player in the tournament not to play Priest by not including Priest in any of the class groupings that are available. You could even do things like pair classically aggro classes alongside classically control classes, which would force players to demonstrate a range of skills. There really are myriad options that you can present to players to make them think outside of the box. And then the layers really start to appear. If you notice that every available set of classes has a Warlock in it, do you build a full anti-Warlock strategy, safe in the knowledge that every opponent you face is 100% guaranteed to have Warlock in their lineup, and you can just beat up on that Warlock and prevent it from getting its required conquest win? Do you make your own Warlock something annoying and off-meta to prevent your opponents from being able to do the same thing to you? But there will be plenty of time for deeper strategy breakdowns during our debut broadcast, which you should absolutely watch, by the way, youtube.com/Hearthstone Esports. In short, Trio format allows a tournament organizer to present a unique, tricky, crunchy puzzle to players to try and solve for each individual tournament or each week of play that they have to face, really putting their game knowledge and their deck building to the test. So that is all you need to know. What is your first impression of the Trio format? What groupings do you think the Hearthstone Esports team are going to throw at our players for our trial week in Grandmasters? Will this format last longer than Specialist? Give me the answer to all those questions, and any questions you might have, put them down below in the comment section, and make sure to hit the subscribe button on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube so that you do not miss a single event in what is sure to be an absolutely packed year of Hearthstone Esports content. Thanks everyone, and take care.
No, he's popping, his fist popping, he did it! Oh my gosh. 72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Why are his cards green? Right, but why are his cards green? He got there!
Oh,
sick!
It's so
so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lamby with a pop-off, well-deserved. He stays in for another series.
It's Championship Sunday here at Hearthstone Grandmasters, which means by the end of the day, we are going to know who our Week 2 champion is, who essentially guarantees their spot in playoffs, and it's all on the line for all of our competitors. 4 players left in, 3 of whom didn't win a single game last week, so it is absolutely crucial getting that win for every single one of our players.
That's right. For Alutemu and for Chonsu, there's a lot still that they can make up for. But for the likes of Mighty, for example, he is a player that did pretty well last week and has the chance to gain even more points. Alan, however, his first opponent is in that same sort of situation as Alutemu and Chonsu, where he really, really needs the points. So nobody is going to let up this week.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's surprising to see such a caliber of player having had such a bad week last week, but no surprises to see them turn it around here, as overall it's a bit of a new metagame to get used to, given that we're playing in the trio format, a brand new format being premiered this week in Hearthstone Grandmasters, in which instead of getting to pick whatever classes you want, you have to pick from a group of predetermined classes. There are 5 options, 5 sets of 3 classes, and from there you just have to play essentially a conquest without a ban. You have to win with all 3 of your decks, and once you've won with a deck, you cannot play it again. We're going from a dual tournament, groups of 4 down to a top 8, and then the similar single elimination being played yesterday and today, with the semi-finals and finals today. And Trio for me has been such an eye-opener, Gia, because even though there have been some qualms from the players about it being reliant on winning with your weakest deck, that's kind of the biggest qualm with Conquest, right? Any format like this is always going to have a problem of that kind. And I think for me, just the wide range of decks that we are seeing in such a restrictive format is really impressive.
And sort of the stark differences as well between the choices among the regions, because in APAC here, our most popular bucket is Druid, Hunter, Warrior by a wide margin. I think about half of our field have brought that, and that's still represented all the way up here at the top 4. Still half our players with that lineup and half with something different. But our least popular bucket, with 0 players bringing it at all, is Demon Hunter, Paladin, and one more deck, which is just the most popular picked one in both Americas and Europe.
Yeah, Demon Hunter, Paladin, and Warrior, I believe. I think the Paladin curse may be getting to our players here in Asia Pacific. And to be fair, I think that seems to be holding true in the other regions. Like, I know Bunny Hopper is one of the players who brought that bucket, who's made it through to the top 4 over in Europe. But considering it was the most popular of all the options in both the other regions, I think it has underperformed a little bit because of that Paladin, which clearly the superior players here in Asia Pacific knew well in advance and just stuck to some good old Druid and Face Hunter, or Quest Hunter for that matter. But what all our players are playing for is, of course, prize money. As you can see here, the distribution, meaning that even the players you didn't get to see on stream still walked away with $650, even if it meant they walked away with 0 points, because if you don't win a single game that week and go 0-2, don't get on stream, you don't get any points at all, which means that coming into this week, Alutemu, Chonsu, and Alan, as we said a little earlier, all were back on square one. They had to rack up a huge amount of points to have any chance of making playoffs whatsoever. And they've done that. Guaranteed 3 already this week, which means that heading into the final week, they don't necessarily have to win to scrape their way through to playoffs. So already, just by getting through to Sunday, they've given themselves some very nice breathing room.
Yes, it is still a lot to play for, though, because just like Alan kind of pulled off last year, it can be anybody still coming from behind and gaining a whole lot of points, winning next week. But for now, we will take a look at what happened yesterday, where in classic Mighty fashion already, it's classic fashion even though he's only had, 2 or 3 sets on stream so far, he took down Trahizan in a reverse sweep, taking a lot of losses, honestly, in the 2 mirror matches. But with all his remaining decks, the Druid, the Hunter, and the Quest Warrior managed to reverse sweep against Trahizan's Quest Warrior of his own.
Yeah, I think for me, it was really eye-opening as to how Quest Hunter should be played. Because even though Trahiza did lose on it 3 times, it was, not the best of draws he was getting. And when he did get decent ones, Mighty just had better ones, as you can see with Mutinous eating the quest reward for Tavish. But like his reliance on stealth, right? Picking those sneaky delinquents time and time again in order to play around the removal from his opponent. Clearly showing for me very, very good understanding of the matchup. Another player showing very good understanding of the matchup was Alan, who just had the absolute easiest time in the world. Only lost to Weapon Rogue when it drew Shank on curve for the 3rd game in a row, and then swiftly turned the tides again and got there with the Warrior.
Yeah, Alan, by his own admission on Twitter, mentioned that his lineup did give him what felt like a lot of easy wins. Shadow Priest in particular and the Ping Mage feel like they have very, very polarized matchups, but something tells me Alan might have a bit of a harder time against the lineups remaining in the top 4. But over in our 3rd series of the day, it was another sweep 3-0 by Alutemu, just making it look not difficult at all, beating a former world champion, let alone a friend and constant practice partner.
That's right. Yeah, it was a pretty brutal takedown, to be perfectly honest, and it bodes well for Alutemu's chances in the top 4. Obviously, we've only seen him on stream take down a full aggro lineup, which is no longer represented. But I think overall, his decks were just performing at a very high power level overall, which does bode very well, of course. Bank Yugi as well on the other side. Oh, man, it was an absolute heartbreaker. He was sending me a couple DMs afterwards that seemed to imply he's just kind of losing a little bit of his mojo, losing his trust in himself, which should not be the case. He's gone 2-0 2 weeks in a row. He has a positive scoreline so far this season. It's unfortunate he's just not getting the wins when they really count here. And whenever he gets on stream, something just falls apart, which means that for Bank Yugi, he only has those 4 points after 2 weeks of play.
However, for Chonsu, it's pretty much the opposite. He's very much been on the up and up. Every time we've seen him on stream, it's just been lots of confidence, very clean play, and I feel that the lineup is serving him well so far. Although, we have always had questions about that Quest Hunter in particular, which every time Chonsu has had to play it on stream, it does draw the half of the deck that's not different from all the other Quest Hunters, just the good cards, playing Tavish as early as possible. But we'll see if the top end either serves to bolster Chonsu's chances in certain matchups or become a dead draw, because he does have the Tavish hero card in there alongside Lore Keeper Polkelt.
Yeah, that's going to get really interesting. I think specifically against Alutemu's Control Warrior, I do hope we get to see that mashup, because obviously a whole swarm of beasts fighting back against Control Warrior is, I don't think, traditionally something they would like to see. But that's, of course, the 2nd series of the day. To start things off, Gia, we have the Battle of the Mustaches, as I believe it's been dubbed by Mighty himself on social media, as contrary to what that outdated picture of Alan would have, he has some glorious facial hair of his own. And it's a very interesting matchup outside of any facial hair decisions from both of our players, as Mighty's gone with a more traditional lineup here, as we can see, with the Druid Warrior and the Hunter. Pretty traditional builds for what the metagame seems to represent overall, whereas Alan's gone way out of left field.
Yes, he has a lineup that's mirrored by Yarla over in EU, who has also made to top 4. But these decks are what you might not necessarily expect for the archetypes per class, because the mage in there is not Mazaki. It's a Ping Mage, not the monkey version that we've seen from Flood and Superfake with King Mukla, BGH, and Cairn to be all in against slower warrior archetypes, but still has the whole Mordresh package, and most importantly, in my opinion, just the double Mask of Cthulhu and the redundancy with the Grey Sage Pirate to have a whole lot of burst damage in the late game. Alan also has Shadow Priest, which is a very, very polarizing deck indeed. But over onto Mighty's side, he is starting with the Quest Hunter, and I feel this is the build that has performed most consistently so far, with the Drekthar in there. No special spice in the 3-drop spot like King Mukla that Bank Yugi was bringing, but it's got all of the good cards. I am really starting to respect Carrion Studies. At first, I didn't know what it was there in the deck for, but it really does bode well that there's a lot of cheap Death Rattle minions in the neutral spot that can help you progress your quest. It can also come in clutch if you get a specific card text, like drawing a card from Loot Hoarder or Thalnos, or the Stealth that Trahizan was showing us yesterday.
Yeah, it seems to fill in a lot of the weird little utility cases you need. Sometimes it can get you heal or taunt or, like you said, a little bit of extra card draw or spell damage from the Thalnos as well can be absolutely crucial in order to clear off those key minions in the early game. But for Alan on the other side, I believe he's going to be lining up his Pirate Warrior first. By far his most conventional deck out of the lineup just to start things off. And has your opinion of this matchup shifted at all over the course of the weekend? Because this is one that we've seen a tremendous amount of. And if I had to guess, before it started, my opinion was that the Warrior would be in the lead, but I think I've had that opinion swayed somewhat now.
True. My opinion going into it is that the Hunter would be in the lead just ever so slightly. I'd still think it's a close matchup, but I think on average the Hunter should come out on top because the removal is just so well suited in the early game to deal with the Warrior's threats the very turn that they come down, right? Outside of Neophyte plays that Alan is running that could maybe disrupt some of the removal on curve from Mighty, you can expect as the Pirate Warrior that none of your minions will get to connect face. The damage you'll be doing comes from buff effects on your hero being able to attack, and most importantly, the cannon shots from Cannoneer and quest progression. And then it sort of comes to who comes out ahead in the late game, because by the time the Warrior has sort of finished their quest, you can also expect that the Hunter has finished their quest. And then if the Hunter still has enough spells in there to act as fuel for the Tavish, then they can close out the game.
Yeah, that's kind of why my opinion lent towards Warrior being in the lead originally when I was hypothesizing, because like you say, Warrior will really struggle to stick something in the early game, but because Hunter has used probably so much of their damage spells on minions rather than pointing at face because they need to keep the board clear, Warrior should be fairly healthy going into the quest completion stage of the game. And so I thought at that point, the Hunter will run out of removal, run out of fuel for their repeated hero power before the Juggernaut can just close out the game. But so far, that has proven to not necessarily be the case. The 7/7 alone from Tavish is an absolute monster versus Warrior. And just being able to get a little bit of chip damage is often enough to close out the game. And so here we go, starting things off with Alan having a very respectable looking starting hand, and Mighty's in its own right. That's clearing pretty much any Warrior early game.
Yep, before we go on, drip check, Derek. Mighty is just showing up with cool outfits every day. He knows what's up in APAC.
He's bringing a certain level of panache, much needed panache, dare I say, to Asia Pacific Grandmasters.
Yeah. As for his mulligan, he did keep one copy of Wound Prey, which is a very flexible card because if you want to, you can distribute the damage. If, say, Bloodsail deckhand comes down, only needs 1 damage, and then you can retain the Rush minion. But against most of the other 2-drops, it's just 2 damage still to deal with Harbor Scamp. However, Mighty was on the play here, so it does feel a little bit awkward as to whether he wants to use Quick Shot and be mana efficient and fit in the Carrion Studies afterward, or just go Wound Prey and then potentially even Quick Shot face, but he is just going to go for the steady shot here. Definitely having more concern about maintaining higher damage spells in hand as opposed to mana efficiency.
A deceptively key part of this matchup, I find, is this cargo guard here for Alan. If it sticks around for 1 or 2 turns, it can make such a big difference. Even just the 3 armor is like 2 hero powers offset almost in terms of the survivability that he needs to get through to the late game. And so for Mighty, obviously, he's doing the right thing by clearing it off immediately. But it means now that Alan is just following up with big threat after big threat. Like if the cargo guard goes down, okay, sure, Cannoneer, that'll come down next and force another answer. Captain forcing another answer, or the rest of his minions will be hitting for way too much damage. It's the potential is absolutely there for Mighty to be able to clear all of this, but it's gonna be delicate as to whether or not it's quite enough to clear off all these key targets.
Yeah, it's definitely about leveraging that hero power. Once you finish first stage quest of the Hunter, they're able to then target the hero power onto minions and sort of make up for what might not be having the most card draw in the world. That's why we saw Mighty hold on to Quick Shot until he could actually get rid of a minion with it. And now he has the potential to once again clear this board. And if he wants fit in the Carrion Studies with the last remaining mana, because I am just looking at Quick Shot and hero power here, and then that Carrion Studies could be a minion on curve for next turn, like a Cairn.
Ooh. Cannon curve. Honestly, I'm kind of looking at that imported tarantula.
True.
The 1/1s are a little bit dubious because obviously they have rush, so if you can sacrifice it in, they can immediately kill something, but they're a little bit vulnerable to cannons, I guess, if you play it and your opponent kills it and then activates the quest, most likely with a pirate next turn. But I do still think, as he's gone for, it's probably the most valuable mana-efficient option.
Yes, because the Karen next turn would be played alongside the other Carrion studies in theory, but the Tarantula can be played alongside Hero Power, which generally does get to clear something additional, especially given that Mighty doesn't even commit Quick Shot here. He goes Piercing Shot instead and uses that most expensive card, so he can very reliably progress quest again with Quick Shot next turn. Double Cannoneer and Whetstone available for Alan this turn. That is a whole lot of damage.
I mean, this could be the sextuple cannon, a rarely seen turn in Hearthstone, as I believe it would complete Quest Stage 2 as well. And I don't know, it leaves 2 3/3s on board, which are obviously very much dying to removal, but you've already seen a quick shot, a piercing shot, a whole bunch of removal, and it's extremely threatening.
Oh man, I'm so tempted by it as well. But Alan clearly has the Carrion Studies minion on his mind. Maybe he wants to save some of these cannon shots for whatever it is that Mighty had discovered. For example, if we're looking at a Mountain Bear type of angle from Mighty that could, in theory, come down next turn, right? It's naturally 7 mana, goes down to 6 for the study. So maybe Alan is just trying to leverage board where he can and then save that removal for a top minion.
I mean, he's clearly basing a lot of this around the value of Whetstone Hatchet, because there are 2 turns prior where he could have just slammed it down. Like when he played the Ratchet, for example, he could have gone Whetstone plus the Ratchet to get a 2 damage weapon, swing face every turn. But he knows it's too important to get it on the same turn as one or probably both of these Cannoneers. So even if he's not going for it now, as I think I probably would have ended up going for, the important thing is that he's making sure these cannons get fired, which is very smart, I think.
Well, the Tarantula coming down now for Mighty alongside some removal. Just the very fact that a Bloodsail Raider still potentially gets to go face is a big deal for Alan. Any minion damage that connects face is a bonus here. And now might be one of the few windows to try and get more cannons going face, because this is the first minion development that Mighty has that actually challenges the board from Alan, right? Not only does the 4/5 have a stat line that's quite difficult to remove, the 2 1/1 rushes can trade with minions and soak up cannons as well.
And so if you just go double Cannoneer face, it's unlikely to die, the 4/5, which I think is kind of bad because it's going to get damaged. It can sacrifice in and then clear off your entire board. And so is Cannoneer swing into the, double Cannoneer swing into the Tarantula a way to go? It has a decent enough chance of dying.
I mean, you even want to kill it because then the 1/1s pop out and deal with your entire board. I feel like Alan should just kind of ignore the Tarantula and then try and send maximum damage to the face. In the end, though, he does go for ignoring it, but without the Cannoneers and without the Hatchet Blade either. A lot of respect for a Restaurant Viper. But the key part of this turn was the Neophyte, hoping that Mighty maybe doesn't have the mana expenditure, given that the Neophyte aura is in play, to remove all of these minions.
Really nice top deck, though, in a turn where you're under the Neophyte aura. As I'm obviously just looking at Restaurant Viper plus the Rinlings plus Hero Power. I guess I'm not necessarily factoring in quest progression under this turn, more so just immediate development and tempo. But I think that's fine there. The turn before, they're likely to play Rikara, given they still have the coin in hand. You just want to go as all in on board as possible, I find.
Yeah, I think it's fine as well. He's able to Arcane Shot next turn and potentially Tavish. But I find it surprising that he swung into the Neophyte as the target, because I was thinking the weapon swing would go face and the Hero Power would end up hitting the Neophyte. But now potentially we could see the full clear Hero Power Arcane Shot on the Ratchet Privateer instead. And then just the 4/5 into the 2/3. But he plays the Viper instead for tempo. And that means the hero power is going face. This is just worse. He took 3 damage for no reason.
This is just worse. Yeah, it wasn't strictly thought through there. And I don't know. I also kind of feel like he was not trading there to save face rather than just take the trade, because it feels to me like he's still the defender rather than the aggressor. But I don't know. Like you say, if we just imagine the hero power and the weapon swapped around, this is a valid line of thinking, even if it's just slightly unoptimized. And Barov is a very interesting prospect, but it doesn't allow you to play Rakara on this turn, which should obviously be a big factor in Alan's turn.
I think he is just going to go for that quest completion, have the Whetstone Hatchet equipped just to get those cannon charges going face, because now that he has seen that the secret from Mighty has nothing to do with, well, it's not explosive, it's not ice trap. I was actually expecting that he would go face, because I think he had narrowed it down to a trade into minion activated secret, which is Snake or Pack Tactics.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping for snakes, or I guess to deny open the cages. Like, it had to be exactly Pack Tactics for it to go this wrong. And even then, he gets double cannon into the 3-3. So it works out pretty well for him.
It really does. And that 15 health is looking very flimsy. Alan feeling it right now. Another Cannoneer in hand. Mighty's going to see what secret he gets first. Freezing is very, very good. Because it was looking like this turn he might have to do something awkward, like sack the Tarantula into the Rakara just to get the poison rushers out, which obviously wastes the 4 damage on the Tarantula itself. So now he can instead go for isolating the Rakara instead to be frozen back outside of Smite shenanigans, which Mighty, I think, is rightfully not thinking about. He doesn't beat that anyway. Instead, just progresses his own quests, completes it rather, gets the Tavish down, and he can ping off the 2-3 with the Carrion Studies refreshing his hero power.
Oh, yeah, I guess. It's really close. I was honestly kind of tempted to just kill the Rakara anyway, just because having a freezing trap gives you more power later on. It's just an extra buffer. But I guess keeping the spider whole rather than allowing the 1/1s to be sniped off by cannons is worth a huge amount. That, however, is a very nice weapon to get indeed, getting lots of damage through here. But will it be enough?
I do like the line overall from Mighty, not just because of the utility of keeping the spider whole, which is a very valid point, but I feel like he's just trying to race Alan as well. This face damage is very valuable. Alan starts with the Rakara attack. That's the bad news that it's freezing trap, but he does at least have Shiver on the Tavish potentially, and then Cannoneer face, or there's a Barrow line as well. It's honestly really close.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out any line of where you activate the spell burst on the Scythe, attack into a 1/1 instead, right? And then you get the 4 damage on Tavish without having to tank as much damage.
Right, but 7-7 or 7-3 is pretty similar in this instance.
Barov afterwards? Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. So with the Barov for the full clear. Yeah.
It's pretty smart.
Very clean.
Rather hero power than Cannoneer. Okay, that's a very close one, but I can understand why he would.
Well, Mighty looking for Furious Hell. Here he finds it. All right. Now the first question is, does he hero power the Barov or the face? Because actually he will draw a card from the Loot Hoarder, so the Furious Hell gets a little bit worse, depending on how much mana he ends up getting to spend this turn. It depends.
It's still fine, right? Because he doesn't have to spend all the cards he draws on this turn. He's very unlikely to be dead on this turn, I want to say. Like, it has to be generated Mr. Smite, or Mr. Smite plus Cannoneer / Mr. Smite plus the Bloodsail Raider. And Mighty's just praying it's not there. He's got lethal next turn. Just no Mr. Smite, please.
Okay, Tiny Pirate. That's not enough. And so Alan is just going to go for summoning another Juggernaut, which is going to do a whole load of nothing because Mighty has the lethal in hand. That was too close, Derek. And that was 3 extra damage that Mighty took.
Yeah, exactly. Mighty playing on a hard mode here rather than just making it easier for himself. But like you say, it was a cool game. And I don't know. I want to just ignore that mistake from Mighty because the rest of the game I think was actually really well played from him. I liked the way he approached it a lot. I think it was well played from both sides for that matter. Alan at the end getting that clear on the... not the Rakara, the Tavish, sorry, in a very clever fashion with the Barov and the Reaper Scythe as well. The really interesting thing for me, though, that I would love to get Alan's thoughts on was his incredibly cautious mid-game, where he saved the Whetstone Hatchet for so long, which I understood. You know, he was trying to get activations with the Cannoneers or buff up the... buff it up with the Ratchet, sorry, or buff up the Bloodsail Raider with it. But he saved it until the same turn as Rakara, at which point, you know, if it's destroyed, it's not doing anything anyway. It's basically getting destroyed. Whereas I think maybe an earlier Cannoneer and forcing them to have the answer was something I was a little bit more interested in.
It's true. There was a line where when Mighty's board was empty, he could have gone in and guaranteed the 8 damage worth of cannons going face, which was definitely going to amp up the pressure versus Mighty. But Alan was maybe thinking that he would have that window again the next turn and could push damage, more damage overall by starting with a board-based approach. Very difficult to say when you have no idea what it is they generate off of the Carrion Studies, which in the case of the Tarantula was actually just such a problematic minion for 4 or 5 turns for Alan to deal with. It was just constantly making all of Alan's cannons going face just a difficult proposition. And if they had missed and partially damaged the Tarantula, then it made it easy for Mighty to trade that off and get a full board clear thanks to the rushing poisons. It's just a very clever pick overall, well spotted by you and Mighty. Although I'm sure Mighty will be hoping to clean it up a little bit more today. I'm glad to see that even though he did make a mistake, there was no like flustered emoting and saying, I'm sorry, I know I messed up. It's just kind of saying, yeah, I know it, but I'm not going to waste time acknowledging it because the most important thing right now is to get the win.
This is what I was trying to say in my very clumsy way yesterday. You just have to be confident in yourself no matter what. And Mighty showing that he's got a good mental game to be able to get there. Getting the win with the Hunter against the Warrior, first of all. A nice win, but, you know, beating Warrior, that's kind of expected. Getting the win with the Hunter is still nice, but it's his own Warrior that I think is going to be the tough spot, as it is for so many of our competitors here in this format, where Warrior is a part of 4 out of the 5 possible choices here in Trio, which really does warp the metagame quite heavily. Most players, as we've seen, have gone with Pirate Warrior, but there's still one Control Warrior left, I believe, in Alutemu to be played later on today. But for Alan, he will certainly be a lot happier with this matchup, I believe, as we can talk back and forth. Face Hunter, Quest Rogue, Burn Shaman, all these early semi-board-based decks, how they fare against Druid, it's kind of back and forth. Shadow Priest Gia has to just undeniably run all over Druid.
Yeah, not even close. This is perhaps the most one-sided matchup we have in the metagame as a whole, simply because the Shadow Priest puts forth too many threats. They have Trogs, and if they hit those, the Druid can't even really play spells comfortably. That being said, Alan's opening hand is on the lower end of aggression, but that's been fixed by this top deck, I can see.
My goodness, I don't even know what's best here. I guess now that you have the Attendant, you don't even need to go Peasant. You could just go frazzled Attendant, but I mean, your opponent's not going to go coin Hero Power, right? And if they do, fine, sign me up. Like, they're not going coin Overgrowth or anything. So if anything, this is a bait that worked out well for Alan.
Right. I do think this is the best window for the Peasant, where you kind of force the Druid to expend the coin if they want to remove it. And with the Void Touched Attendant, she can still get damage through like immediately as long as you have minions on board, right? You think of it like a raid leader. And with double follow-up of the Frazzled Freshman, even if Mighty had Lunar Eclipse, he cannot deal with those. And the Nature Studies picks are far too slow at the moment. If we're thinking about ways that he can try and win the game, I feel like it's more based on this Rustdrop Viper actually coming down on curve next turn.
Yeah, Rustdrop Viper, it's ignored into Ironbark. Mulverik, like you say, is the card that could turn this around. Nothing has 2 health right now, which is really, really annoying, obviously. But I don't know, if he can ramp and then go Mulverik plus Ironbark, something really absurd like that, it's starting to become possible.
Oh, well, interesting.
Okay.
Next turn, he does have like hero power Bloom Mulverik on what we assume is a Void Touched attendant that's still alive, which is not great. That's only 1 honorable kill, but it's a start, right? Maybe this Viper gets some work done if Alan isn't careful about how he maintains health on his minions here. We could see him fully ignore it. That's a very valid line. We could see him Void Shard it. We could see him ping and trade the Og Merchant, although that's least mana efficient, so I dislike that last line the most. I think this is still very reasonable. He can just play Benedictus next turn if he doesn't already have lethal.
All right, so Mulverik alone obviously is not honorably killing anything. Mulverik Bloom Ironbark is not honorably killing anything, so you have to go Mulverik Bloom hero power down the Divine Shield to be able to kill it off. Ugh.
I know it sounds bad, but the Overload, actually not the end of the world. He still has Corrupt Moon
Sure.
Amulet for next turn, and he does get to remove the vast majority of the threats on board. And if we're looking at a Benedictus on curve for Alan, that's not the best answer. Okay. Second Void Shard. I mean, I think it's still Benedictus. Push face.
Ignore the Mulverik. I mean, it's not doing much right now. If they have the Corrupted Moon Touched Amulet, like I guess you're afraid of, they have to smack into the Benedictus and take 5 damage anyway, which is still fine for you, I want to say.
Exactly. And this is the sort of dilemma that Mighty's in right now. There is a line where he doesn't smack the Benedictus, instead takes out the Frazzled Freshman and maintains the Mulverik. But that line works out if he feels he can buff the Mulverik to a relevant stat line next turn, which it's still not, right? Even with Solar Ironbark or something crazy like that, it's not getting strong enough to honorably kill the Benedictus. And Alan has the option of just trading over the Mulverik in the first place. So I think he does go for the smack and honor kill on the Benedictus, even though it feels terrible. Oh, goes Ironbark instead. Okay.
Very interesting. Just trying to load up as much health as possible. If he gets like the exact draws of Bloom into a Cenarian Ward, something like that, then it's quite clearly still salvageable, even if it is shaky.
Although this line does make sure that he has a guaranteed turn 6, even though not ideal. He has Solar Moon Touch.
True.
That's a pretty big deal for armor gain and getting rid of the Benedictus one way or another. The line I was suggesting, he had to top deck some miracle for the next turn. So I think this is very reasonable still from Mighty. But for Alan, this looks like a pretty tasty Void Shard ping. If he wants to develop the Trog and weave in a hero power, having the Void Shard in hand is not the end of the world. But he loses some health on the Benedictus there, and maybe he's afraid of Lunar Eclipse.
Kind of close. Like, if they just kill your Trog after you go Trog hero power, it's obviously really bad. You get a lot less damage through, and you have a damaged Benedictus. So I can understand why he's going for it this way. Guff, however, off the top, is a very spicy proposition. What are we at? 6 up to 11? You've seen both Void Shards, so you're probably living? Right?
If they have Void Touched Attendant or Raise Dead into it, they can kill you, right? With the 7 on board, they gain 3 damage from the Void Touched, and then a ping will close it out.
Right.
But, I mean, it's still a valid line where Mighty says, I don't want to play around that. Guff is my best avenue to winning the game. The safest line right now is, of course, the Solar Moon Touched, but Mighty is looking at a very weak turn 7, if that's the line. The Guff allows him to potentially top deck Cenarian Ward and have that playable with the double ramp that he's going to get.
I mean, you could even go Guff draw, because you're going to go up to 8 mana anyway, and then just really hope to hit Cenarian plus Strongman on 8 mana.
Yeah, it's super close. Mighty takes the safer line, which, you know, honestly, he doesn't have the worst turn 7 in the world, right? Just a strongman is pretty good against Shadow Priest in this situation of the game. But oh my goodness, Twilight Deceptor can grab Raise Dead or Thrive. I think those are the only two left.
Yeah,
The Thrive will get the Raise Dead guaranteed.
Very roundabout way, but he got there.
Yeah. It means that he potentially doesn't get to like spend all the mana he wanted to if he raised that something expensive, but he's just looking for Void Touched here.
Oh, he misses.
Not good.
Okay, so... Oh, do you want to fit in the ping, or do you just go Orc Merchant as well?
Have to fit in the ping. At this point, the Aug Merchant is more relevant for the 2 attack than it is for the Divine Shield.
Yeah.
But Mighty sees the Trog and he shakes his head. He knows now that spells are going to exacerbate his problems, but, you know, somewhat thankfully, he has a pretty good minion play. Just Strongman.
I mean, obviously, he's still thinking, I'm just dead to Void Touched Attendant next turn, right? Both of them were found. Oh, sorry. 2 minions were found off the Raised Dead, neither of which has been played here. And so he thinks, wide board, Attendant in hand, that's what's going to kill me. And maybe that forces him into going for a riskier play than we can see he needs to. Like, just Strongman would be enough here. But I suppose Guff as well keeps him safe enough for now.
Was he dead to 1 Void Touched if he had a 6/6 taunt in the way? I don't think he was. But, I mean, granted, there could be, like, Void Touch plus something else from the Raise Dead, and, of course, the big top deck from this turn. So he goes Guff. And that means that even more minions can go face compared to the Strongman turn. So in some ways, this is even less safe to Void Touched Attendant.
True.
But of course, it gives him better prospects for the future, even if it's just Yasharaj Strongman and the Moon Touched Amulet that he'll get back. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's obviously annoying having to double up on the trogs from your opponent then, but you take what you can get as Alan goes all in here. The final reserves as Mighty knows, okay, this is what I've got to get through. It's doable, but it's going to be tough. Mulveric is so tantalizing, but it still just has no honorable kill targets whatsoever. So it does just have to be Yasharaj.
Big deal for Mighty, though, that he sees there was no Attendant from the Raise Dead. So Moon Touch to kill the Trog, and he's alive on board. Is he? Maybe not. Maybe not. After the hit, he goes down to 11. Alan has 11, 13, 14 on board plus the ping. And then he has to get through 6 points of damage. So effectively has 8 that can go face, if I'm counting right.
So plus the hero power, it's 1 off, and I think Mighty just came to the same conclusion here, right?
However, the Guardian Aug Merchant is the 1 damage on the Strongman that he needed.
You're right.
It is now lethal. Exactly 11, 5/5 in. Ping it on the Aug Merchant. All the minions face, and the ping for the exact lethal. Oh my goodness, that was so close. Mighty nearly did the impossible and stabilized versus Shadow Priest.
That was unbelievable. It was like a good Shadow Priest starting hand as well. Aside from, I guess, Void Shard into Void Shard was a little bit flimsy, but those first couple turns really powerful, and he did a tremendous job staving it off with multiple different lines that could have been explored, right? I think the Bloom hero power Mulveric turn was essentially forced, but so many other options he could have gone for. Do you even bother picking the taunt in the first place from the Iron Bark, or should he have gone for runic carvings to maybe have some more rush potential to immediately clear something off? Do you save the amulet for the solar eclipse or just play it immediately? Do you go for Guff and take the risk? Do you just play the safer line? And I think through all the trials and tribulations of that matchup, Mighty did find a very nice middle ground between too safe and too risky.
Yeah, I do think so as well. And Alan also did have a couple of junctures here where it was not straightforward. The choices to remove Malverick and to use Void Shard on minions, I think, was highly respectful of the fact that Mighty does run Iron Bark in his list, which, sorry, he does not run Iron Bark, but there's a Malverick in there, and any discovery effect that can buff it, it's a little bit too scary from Alan's perspective. Did get there in the end, even with a subpar Raise Dead, which is very good stuff. But now he's moving on to the deck that I think he would struggle with the most in this series, the Ping Mage.
Yes, this does seem to be a little bit of a weak spot here, because when there's no control warrior to just endlessly fire pings off to the face against, when there's no weapon rogue, which apparently seems to be a good matchup as well for Alan, you're faced with the likes of Druid, which I think is a little bit too fast most of the time. They gain a little bit too much armor. You can get there with a zoo style approach if you get the perfect curve for the mage, right? Where you're hitting one drop, Shivering Sorceress, Amplified Snow Flurry, Viper on 3. Like, you can curve out and beat them that way. And then, of course, hitting some wildfires along the way. But it's a very, very difficult prospect, because especially once you enter the late game against this ramp druid, it's incredibly difficult to make Mask of Cthulhu go face at all, because they're going to have so much health on the board. So your ability to end the game is significantly muted.
Yeah, that on top of all the armor that the Druid tends to gain in the late game. But the key tech inclusion to note here for Alan is the 1 mass polymorph. And I suppose the devolving missiles as well, similar effects here that can be the key to removing all of the health total on minions that Mighty is expected to put forth. Alan with the keep of Magister Dawn Grasp, I think already setting his sights toward needing a big, big, powerful push in the mid game. The Dawn Grasp, oh wow.
Wildfire?
That reaction is huge. I don't
really
know what
like Snow Flurry, I guess. Yeah, River Croc, yes. Let's go.
Can only guess that it was like an angry reaction at not having Wildfire, or maybe a cheer at seeing Mighty full mulligan. I honestly don't know.
Shaking his fist at the client like an old man. I love it.
Yeah, old man with mustache shouts at clock. Well, anyway, still off to a good start is Alan. He has the potential to go Mask into Dawn Grasp, which is a guaranteed recast on the only shadow spell on the deck. It's very, very good stuff, and he can copy that mask with the Grey Sage Parrot, which is a whole lot of damage. But the question is whether he has enough to get through all the armor that Mighty has in hand. Double Cenarian Ward, Solar Eclipse for the second one, very likely, because he has the Guff ramp every single turn now.
Okay. So we still want to be thinking mostly about minion pressure here. I don't think it's to the degree where you would go Rostrot Viper, Coin, Amplified Snow Flurry, because Coin Mutinous is definitely where my head is at most of all in this game. But just playing the Rostrot Viper is something I think I'm pretty fond of. I'd rather play it than trade it here, I think.
Really close, because even though you can very reasonably expect that the barrier is not helping you win the game, it is hand space. That is something that he'll have to think about actually going forward with following turns. And with that last mana, he could go for the Rostrot Viper trade, but he decides to keep it instead. I guess he just thinks that the hand has everything he currently needs at the moment. And to be fair, with the Mask into Dawn Grasp, it is a very powerful hand.
Ooh.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
Fate Overgrowth? I don't know. It's a lot of mana.
Right. It does mean he misses the button this turn, but it's double ramp anyway, so I think it's pretty good. Lets him go immediately for Solar Cenarian next turn.
Indeed.
All right. This is the calm before the storm, the last turn before Alan starts amping up the pressure, Dark. And so is it going to be Snow Flurry plus Viper just to get some cards out of the hand and set up for the Coin Mutinous, Coin Mask, or Yeah, those are the two choices for next turn.
I think so. I mean, playing the Amplified Snow Flurry feels really good here as well, right? Because it just preloads that 0 mana freeze, which in the case of a key minion from Cenarion Ward or a big Mutinous, whatever it may be, you've just got a nice freeze ready to go and keep this damage going phase.
Right then, Mutinous also available for Mighty, but I think he will rightly prioritize the double 8 drops here. What's in the box?
Oh, not bad. That's a lot of armor.
Yeah, Forge Fiend is going to make Alan's hopes of trying to just get enough damage with Mask of Cthulhu pretty far off. It looks like this is going to be more of a value game. He is, you know, pretty safe behind an Ice Barrier of his own. But doesn't want to go Mutinous here, wants to go Mask of Cthulhu to get the earliest possible Dawn Grasp, which is definitely one way you can sort of generate value in the deck, right? Just every time you get an honorable kill, your hero power gets stronger and stronger. And that can be a way to grind out the value from Mighty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there was the option for like Cenarion Moon Touched on that turn, but prioritizing the card draw, I can understand. He just wants to make sure he has threats every single turn, no matter what. And he's ending with Mutinous on this turn, hitting the Sorceress. Alan, you dirty, dirty dog, with just a 6/6 to face down. This is much more manageable now.
Crazy, like all the other 3 targets were not only way more stats, but just way more overall implications to the game. That's a huge 25%er that Alan managed to win. And we'll see, is he able to get the mage through, given that he is maintaining so much value in hand and he gets the early Dawn Grasp. This is going to recast Mask, Barrier, and some...
AI?
Am I forgetting? Yeah, maybe AI.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an honorable kill quite yet, but the question is always, can he set up one for the next turn? And with the Fire Sale, that's possible.
Yep, very possible. I mean, yeah, with Fire Sale, Mask, even just the Devolving, there's a decent chance he'll be able to get something into the range of dying. Probably prioritizing card draw. Yeah, he needs to start finding Strongman, Solar to go with this Cenarion. Some way of just activating this Yashaj, really.
Yeah, not finding the Solar here is a big deal because it does feel like this turn is just going to end up being Cenarion Ward. I don't think Mighty can afford to go for a minimum value Yashiraj, right? You ideally want the Strongman back, the maximum amount of Moon-Touched Amulets, because this is quickly turning into a late-game value type of pan-out. And this resizing pouch from Mighty, another Sheldras? You don't like seeing that. But the resizing pouch later, whatever that discovers could have a huge impact on this game as well, because another Yashiraj, a potential Yogg-Saron, or even Deathwing could be that extra big bomb of a card that Mighty needs to potentially swing this back, because Alan now, with the Reckless Apprentice, is getting close as well to having his Mordresh active.
That's true. It's, well, I mean, it just activates it right on this turn because it's dealing 2 to everything.
As for this turn, I think it's Fire Sale and then Reckless Apprentice ping on what would be, or what was previously the 5/5 Sheldras. That will get you the honorable kill. Hero power is still dealing 1, right? No Wildfire Fade?
No, it's dealing 2. That was the buff. It starts off at 2 now.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, so it's not an honorable kill then if you go for the way I was proposing. He could have gone Fire Sale and then ping the 5/2 and then go Reckless Apprentice, but then that would leave 1 more Sheldras.
It activates this way. He gets a double honorable kill here with the Reckless Apprentice, and now it's dealing 6 next turn.
Yeah, that is piling up really, really quickly. And so Mighty now, with the second Moon-Touched Amulet, can get quite a lot of damage through with Yasharaj, but does he want to greed more for Strongman?
It's very tempting. I mean, he has a decent play, most likely, with just resizing pouch. You can get yourself Alex Straza, sorry, not Alex Straza, Anixia, raid boss. You can get yourself another Yasharj would not be bad. Yogg-Saron obviously could be pretty powerful, but he is just going with a mediocre first Yasharj and trying to get that damage face.
Armor stacked up very, very healthily high, though. 64 that Alan needs to get through. But the Mordresh is going to start putting the pressure on if he wants to go for it here. Hard to have a read on Mutinous eating anything relevant here. He can pretty much tell that no strongmen are in hand. Otherwise, Mighty would have played that before Yasharaj, most likely. And because he's seen Yasharaj, maybe that's the license to be able to go for a relatively early Mordresh, because that AoE effect you generally want to save for all the strongmen.
I'm okay with starting with missiles. There's a reasonable chance that you can activate your honorable kill in one way or another. I think it's too big now to actually be able to honorably kill off that stable hand, but that's fine. You can just send it face instead. Oh.
We're getting very close to Ragnaros territory with this hero power.
We really are.
Big damage coming through, and for Mighty, the reach is also falling a bit short without Yasharaj.
Oh no! Okay, hero power for draw. He's still got another shot. That's a good
Okay.
draw.
Moonlit again.
I could have
It's just
taken
such a big deal that Mighty doesn't run Yogg-Saron. It just
Yeah.
means that he has one less panic switch. Maybe he can get one from a pouch. Anixia.
That's good. That's very good.
And playable right now with the bloom.
Yep.
Overload not a huge concern at this point since he's going up to 17 mana next turn.
Well, it's kind of weird. You almost don't want to draw the raid boss Anixia because you'd rather like get another copy of it from your deck with Moonlit Guidance because it's your biggest threat left over really, and now the Moonlit's going to be a little bit flimsier.
Also, the Anixia is in hand for a potential Mutinous line from Alan.
True.
He needs to deal with this board first. And he could do so with Mordresh and then devolving, but that still leaves a 7-drop, which is very awkward. Maybe just mass poly and accept that you're leaving quite a few minions on board.
Oh, I'd be scared with my opponent having 2 resizing pouches left. They've got a decent shot at finding survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what the last spell is. Is it still Mask of... Oh no, it would be Wildfire right at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is not
Oh, wait.
great.
You mean for the parrot? It
Yes.
only recasts 5 or more cost cards.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, sorry.
So I think it is still Mask of Cthulhu for expensive last card played.
Okay.
Drawing for something a bit less miserable than the mass poly line. Okay, so
Yep.
the parrot will still have the mask.
Oh, 1 off the clear. I guess he was hoping for them all to die and then kill Anixia, but I think it's actually just immune until the spell resolves, so that was never going to be a kill, but always gives you a freeze, if nothing else.
Yeah, the freeze is a huge deal here because Mighty is approaching potential lethals of his own if this pouch can find him another Yasharaj. It's all about this pouch, Derek. I don't know what Cold Tooth gets at this point. Because we've seen Yasharaj, we've seen Onyxia, we've seen both Cenarian wards. Maybe like a strongman?
Yeah, it feels like it's actually down to Strongman already, doesn't it?
Ward?
Okay, Ward's very good.
I don't know about what timing he's saving the pouch for, because personally I feel like that could have been played earlier, and whatever you get off of it can inform the way you play the rest of the game. Let's say you find a Yogg, okay, hold on to it, try to bait them into building a board. If you get a Yashiraj, maybe you can be even more aggressive, because then you just have additional reach with the Moon Touch. But then again, maybe Mighty just doesn't want to play that until he's seen Mutinous, or he's sure that he's going to play whatever comes off the pouch on the very same turn.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would say he's holding it for survival, as I said, just to make it so like mass polymorph alone is always a scary prospect for Alan, which, as we can see, is still kind of his best bet on this turn. So if he were to go mass polymorph, you ping away one of them, you can brain freeze another one for that matter if you're really scared, and then you've got 3 minions on board. Even if it's like a solar survival, that would be adding 12, 24, so you would be dead in that instance. But everything other than exactly solar survival and you're alive.
With the barrier angle, do you survive against solar survival?
Don't think so.
4 times 5. Yeah, it would add way too much damage, I think.
Oh, but his lowest cost card is solar, so... Oh, he's doubling down on the pouch instead of going double pouch?
Looks like it, yeah. I mean, it's not like he's guaranteed to get survival, so getting double Yashiraj or another Onyxia, double Yogg, something like that is huge. Insta picks one Onyxia, which clearly is a big deal because Alan has used his one of Mass Poly at this point. But the second pick is Yashiraj, which at the moment has 2 corrupt Moon Touches in it, I want to say, and it can go up to 3.
Correct. So you could play 4 overall this turn, right? Which brings you up to 1621 damage. Not lethal.
But it's a lot, and maybe he wants to push it while he's able to guarantee that the Yashiraj doesn't get chomped by a Mutinous. Oh, it's so tough to say. Whoa, that's a Grom! Okay. That's an additional 10 damage out of nowhere.
Which means that next turn, does that Grom give him lethal? I mean, I'm not even going to try and do this mental maths beforehand. What? Okay, down to 15 now. So that would be 3 extra Moon Touched amulets. So your charge next turn is not necessarily lethal yet?
I think. Yeah, it's only 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alan gets the full board clear, very likely. Okay. Now what are we looking at?
I don't know, Gia.
Strongman. No more burst left in the deck, I don't think. So he could go for Onyxia instead this turn. I mean, he can always be sort of confident around not having to play around Mutinous as long as he sets up lethal or threatens it on board, right? So Onyxia does seem quite reasonable. He's seen both one Mass Poly, which is the only copy. And he's going to commit the Strongman as well, looks like, if he's trading off a Whelp instead of Onyxia herself. Oh man, these are so many. Sorry, this didn't help, did it? Strongman?
I think it's like Viper, Mulverick, Strongman, if I had to guess, as the remaining ones, because I think Mighty's playing 2 Sprots.
This draw for Alan.
Oh my lord. Okay, so you can kill everything except Onyxia, which won't be damaged, but then you can obviously just freeze, you can devolving ping, whatever. Multiple ways to deal with it. So a fantastic draw there, and starting to exhaust those last couple of threats from Mighty.
Sorry, is the hero power still at 7 right now?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, so no way to get honorable kill or just ping away the Onyxia, but probably not a big deal. All right, he is just going to brain freeze here, it looks like, and save the AoE in case that last pouch card that he hasn't seen is another Onyxia. or something of that ilk that can build a board. Oh man,
Exactly.
It looks like Alan's getting there. He's just gonna fatigue Mighty, it looks like.
Okay, so your charge deals 12 damage here, because if we're talking about fatigue, Alan will be right on the precipice of it right himself. He'll be down to 3 health, which means 2 ticks of fatigue instantly kills him. He still has, what is this, like 68 health to get through on the other side.
Yes.
So I don't know if he does get there. He's dying really quickly.
But he's gonna have way more minions than Mighty.
That's true.
I mean, this is gonna be Mighty's effectively last board push.
Yeah.
So it's a question as to whether Alan can kill before he draws 4 cards, right? Starting from this turn, because he'll be down to 3. And Mighty just needs 2 procs of fatigue to go off, and that's it. And I cannot do this math either.
Oh, it's too close, isn't it? He doesn't want to play the strongmans, I think correctly so, because you don't want to give them too clean of a Reckless Apprentice, which you know they almost certainly have in hand at this point. Mordresh Fire Eye, fine. Get that 8-8 down. Clear the runway for this to just smack face like a battering ram every single turn, because Alan has to turn up the pressure so quickly now.
Right. Last card for Mighty is the Mulverick, if we're not mistaken. And so Mighty is just gonna try to bait out the Apprentice by playing 1 Strongman, I think. And then he'll put the other Strongman and the 2 Vipers on board if Alan does let loose with all of the AoE. So Apprentice deals 7. Plus Mordresh 8, 15, Hero Power 22. And let's say he also plays Multicaster. Then he's setting up 14 damage on board.
Oh, you can't play multicaster, right?
Oh, true, right? Sorry. Okay, Starskyer, that's playable.
Sure, yeah, no spells left.
That's
to
also
draw.
3 damage. It's the same thing.
Exactly the same thing. I mean, it kind of is actually here. I mean, you can fit in the Wildfire, which bumps your damage by another 2 with the Reckless and the Ping. It's so close. I can't call it.
I feel like I feel like Alan gets there.
I feel like he doesn't.
I don't know. I mean, Mighty also fatigue is a little tiny bit.
True,
in
true.
2 turns. I don't know. This literally has to be a 2-turn setup.
Yeah.
Alan has no time.
Oh man, what Mighty wouldn't give for a regular old Druid hero power right now rather than this crap that Guff has.
Guff is the worst hero card.
Oh, it's so much damage that Alan has. A Ragnaros hero power every single turn. But it's still just not enough. Or is it? Who knows?
Is it?
Oh.
14 plus 8 damage ping because of the other Wildfire. 22. 22. Nope, it doesn't get there.
Oh, Guff.
Oh.
Face,
Crazy.
face. Yeah, he's just conceding. Oh man, it was so close. What an effort from Alan to take an unfavorable.
Oh my god. Mighty survives by the hair on his chinny chin chin.
The glorious, well-oiled hair on his chinny chin chin.
The mustache battle continues. That is the closest game of Hearthstone I've seen in forever. Literally 1 turn away was Alan from killing Mighty, but that fatigue was just enough. Exactly
That's right.
the right amount of damage dealt by all the Moon Touched amulets, by the Yasharaj, additional one generated by Pouch. It's crazy, this matchup.
A close shave for Mighty indeed, but he comes out the victor in the end. 1 game apiece now. Sorry, 2 games to 1 for Mighty in favor of Alan. And this is kind of what we were expecting about. We got some secret insider intel as to how this matchup might be going based on testing that Mighty has conducted himself, I believe. And the Mage definitely felt like the weak spot. I think Alan played a phenomenal game of Hearthstone here. Like, right from the start, if we think from his mulligan, he had the choice. I can't remember all the cards. I think Mask was there as well. But it was Magister Dawngrasp, the hero card, and Rostrot Viper. Honestly, if I had to make that mulligan, I think I would have tossed the hero card and just kept Viper because I wanted to double down on just curving minions. Go for a zoo game plan and curve out, deal a bunch of damage before they can stabilize. Alan very correctly realized through having actually played the matchup, unlike me, that that's not going to happen. You need to be able to go for a kind of semi-controlled game plan, not fatigue them necessarily, but exhaust a lot of their threats in the mid-game, and then get bored with Mordresh, start hitting face with your incredibly powerful hero powers. And that plan, with just a tiny bit more breathing room from Mighty, would have been able to get there. It was the slimmest of margins.
Literally one more turn was all Alan needed, but the fatigue took them down too close to the edge. Crazy. I mean, clearly I haven't played much of the matchup either, forgetting how reckless Apprentice was with the hero power. Definitely getting sapped for that later. You're welcome, TJ. But one thing we can say for sure is that this matchup is on the Razor's edge right now. Mighty on the Quest Warrior, with the list including one Neophyte, which I feel is a pretty good inclusion. Personally, I would have liked to see double Neophyte instead of one Viper as well, but Mighty clearly trying to cover as many bases as possible. In the Warrior mirror, the Viper is probably going to serve him better than Neophyte, because even if it just removes a hatchet, it can have that additional snowballing effect of maybe they needed that one damage to kill the Viper itself, and then any minion that sticks for one turn longer than expected, you can get so much damage and be at an advantage even before Rakara comes into play.
That's a nice way to start a game of Hearthstone. There we go. Okay. No qualms whatsoever for Alan on the mulligan. I've seen a lot of players umming and ahhing as to whether or not Frogsail Freebooter should be kept in the starting hand, because, you know, it's a 2-cost pirate, but it's not drawing you any extra. It's not doing anything. It's just being a 2/2, which is pretty understated. But he just quite clearly says here, curving out is too important. I want to spend all my mana every single turn and get down Rakara before my opponent, which seems to be, so far, exactly how you're supposed to play the matchup. It's less about perfectly statted minions on curve, but doing enough to be as mana efficient as possible, leading into Rakara. Unfortunate way for that one to go. Hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game. We've seen a kind of, I don't know, half and half where that disconnect bug seems to be getting us out or not. But even though we might miss a little bit of action, we should be able to get back in.
Yeah, we could talk a little bit more about the mulligan, I suppose, where it feels like the more and more we've seen players approach the Quest Warrior mulligan, almost regardless of matchup, they go for Occam's Razor, I believe it's called. The simplest answer is correct. So just going for things that fit your curve, even though they are not the ideal minions, is the way to go. And I think that has a lot of truth to it, because imagine just missing one turn of curving out in the mirror. You just fall so far behind, and you're not able to swing the matchup very efficiently until you get to the part where you can progress the quest and have the cannons firing, or have exactly Sword Eater to have a weapon with significant enough attack that it can actually trade 2 minions on its own.
Yes, yeah. The interplay of the hatchet is such an important part of the matchup, the Sword Eaters as well. Like you say, it's still not something I'm totally comfortable with. I think in the mirror, the usage of the weapons is the real the real artistry that you have in the matchup. That's where you can turn things around. Similarly for what we saw for Alan earlier on in the series, right? Against a double Viper list in the Quest Hunter, he was holding onto that Whetstone Hatchet for ages and ages and ages until he was able to get the perfect usage for it to activate the cannons as well, which is a core part of this matchup. You do want to be making sure you're activating those cannons where possible. And thankfully, here we are back in the game. I think we can piece together what happened without too much complication. Just Bloodsail Raider for Mighty, Captain, Hatchet, plus probably, I don't know, Freebooter on this turn just to kill off the Captain seems fine.
You could go for a very risky play of coining Cannoneer and then swinging into the Captain to clear both of them. But I do think that the Freebooter is the more responsible way to go about it. It feels really bad to leave up a minion that will just take a nice trade up into yours. But I feel you can still get value from the Cannoneer later on without having to take so great of a risk.
Alan would love to have himself a Ratchet here to be able to cleanly answer this 2-2, whereas currently it looks like he's going to have to either ignore it, as is potentially possible, or more likely just trade the freebooters, get his pirate down, his captain down, sorry.
When you have the hatchet, but not the ratchet. Captain also feels a bit flimsy here, where he's not getting any additional damage, but we've just talked about it so many times where mana efficiency is too important, making sure that you progress your quest as quickly as possible, and spending the 3 mana while it's available is a big deal. So yes, I think it's Captain. But Alan... Okay, I thought he was going to hero power there, but last minute plays the Captain.
Just wanted to get the attack buff immediately, which is, I think, very smart overall. And so now, again, pretty clean turns, but complicated, certainly, by the fact that Mutinous has just been picked up. Because that is one way that you can try to offset the necessity to be as mana efficient with stats every single turn, is by catching your opponent off guard by chomping their Rakara. Do you think that's enough of a reason to deviate away from Coin Scamp?
It depends first. Let's see where these cannons hit. Because if Mighty does get the perfect cannons, then he's not forced to Coin Scamp and then also get the additional cannons. Because I think if he had left even a single minion there, it had to be Coin Scamp. Oh, but he is still just going to go for it, sure. Just saying that he doesn't want to go Mutinous if he's just ahead on board and can double down on this game plan instead.
I like it. Yeah, next turn he's got a decent chance of playing 2 more pirates, especially with a tradable Rustrot Viper, which would, of course, fire the cannons, pull him even further ahead on board. And as we can see here for Alan, he is getting himself closer to firing the cannons, but he's going to be starting to tank a little bit of damage in the meanwhile as, come on. Let's get through this. We're making good pace with this game now. We don't want to be messing it up with more disconnect. But an awkward top deck for Mighty, certainly, with the Anchorman that doesn't actually progress his quest on this turn.
Yeah, and if not that, it would mean he'd have to either ignore a 5-2, which is a lot of health to leave on board, or trade up a minion into it. So I feel like the Stonewall Anchorman is still going to end up being the play, even if you have to take a very ugly trade. You still at least get the card draw, and you maintain a cheap pirate in hand for potential earliest possible Rakara.
Oh, it's a tough one. Like, so much of your deck is a playable pirate if you trade away the Rustrot Viper, and firing the cannons on this turn is really quite good. Like, the only cards you can't play are Sword Eater, Smite, Anchorman, and then there's a Neophyte in there as well, or Shiver Their Timbers. So there's a couple of duds, and I think in the end, yeah, you probably end up on just going for the Anchorman. Whether or not you trade is another question entirely, because just trading in the Harbor Scamp instead would be a tempting way to go, and preserving the full 6 health on the Stonewall Anchorman instead is tempting.
Thankfully, we are back now. Mighty truly in the tank about the dilemma that you just brought up. In the end, going for the safer line at every possible juncture. And you know what? Even though this trade doesn't look ideal, he's still ahead on board, and he still has the capability to play minimum 2 pirates next turn. It's looking good for a turn 7 Rakara potential.
I mean, yeah, he's ahead on board, but not for long. Alan is going to swing full initiative back in his favor, and he can play around cannons a bit more effectively than Mighty can. Honestly, with maybe even just Mr. Smite on this turn doesn't even seem ridiculous.
Close though. We saw Alan's first instinct was to try and swing into the 4-1, which does give him better odds of clearing the board fully with the cannons, but means he's not willing to go for the high roll potential of clearing everything without having to face tank the 4. Honestly, this type of situation happens so much in these Quest Warrior mirrors, and I'm curious where most players' playstyles would lead them. I guess it's highly dependent on just how far behind you think you are.
Man, double buffed Mr. Smite, double buffed up on a Sunday afternoon. I don't know. I'd be so tempted here to just go with the Mr. Smite. Oh, just single buffed. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Mighty definitely cannot complain about that outcome. So yes, as is tradition, stage 2 of the quest always swings board control back one way and then the other. But can Mighty capitalize? The freebooter is decent to help get rid of the 3-3, but at the moment, the 3-1 also can just be swung into, and it's a similar problem, right?
Yeah, you just wish that you could get the attack buff, swing into the 3-3, and then proc the quest from the freebooter, but unfortunately, playing it is, of course, going to fire the cannons, which complicates things again. It's been such a fiddly game of Pirate Warrior, which is usually so straightforward. Just lets the cannons fall where they may, which is, I think, a reasonable way to start off. Sure, okay, not a bad outcome.
Yeah, middling. Obviously, the ideal would have been 3-1 plus 3-2, but the important part is that Mighty can still just play 2 more minions this turn, and the minion presence, just disregarding the fact that you have to overkill one of these minions by 2, close your eyes, it's fine, you're ahead on board, and that is what matters in the long run. He also has quite a few top decks for Insta-Rakara the next turn, and if Alan does get his own Rakara, then Mighty has the Mutinous.
Oh, that's such a clutch top deck, though. Without that, Alan would have been in a really tough spot, because do you pass completely to not leave Rakara in hand, available to be Mutinous, or do you leave it in hand, play like your Mr. Smite or a 3 or 4 cost Pirate if you've drawn that instead, and leave Cap and Rakara in hand? Instead, though, with a 2-mana 3-3 that adds Rakara to your hand, Alan pulls himself firmly into the lead. I think we can agree in this instance.
Oh yeah, it's not even close. But the Mutinous is still pretty banging here.
That's
if Mighty
true.
wants to go for it. I mean, I don't know if it's enough to win him the game. Probably not. But given the fact that he has too expensive of his own Pirate, play Rakara, it's his best bet. And it's eating Mr. Smite.
That is a juiced up Mutinous. A 12-9 is really tough to clear and incredibly scary to leave on board.
Oh, Cannoneer though!
Ooh.
Ay, ay, ay.
And that taunt is so clutch as well, actually.
Yeah. I think you just replace the spiked wheel. You want maximum damage here. And armor up, send everything face. I mean, it's exactly the same. If you're playing the Sword Eater, which I'm 100% sure Alan will, the weapon. Whoa, he trades? Really? With a taunt in hand?
Oh, I would be so tempted to go face here. If your opponent has Mr. Smite
and Shiver?
Yeah, it's still not lethal.
Yeah, and they would only have 1 more mana in that situation, but okay, Alan paying full respect. To be fair, he does just have Rakara first and the Cannoneer sticking around, so he's fine. He's clear to do that in most instances. Let's see if the 4 armor is ever enough to keep Mighty in this as he goes for his own Rakara. Doesn't feel especially likely.
Feels especially unlikely, to be honest, but let's see. Miracles have happened before. That's small.
That is a bulwark.
Oh, no shot.
No shot at all.
I like the idea of Mr. Smite getting eaten by Mutinous, but then clawing his way out, like cutting open the stomach with a hook for a hand and then finishing off the game. The world is so exciting in my head.
Isn't it?
I don't think so. I only got halfway through before I got bored. But yes, either way, going to game 5 here for Alan vs Mighty.
Yeah, that certainly isn't the story. Spoilers. But yeah, it does mean that we're taken all the way down to game 5 for our first series of the day. Wouldn't have it any other way. Very, very strong competitors on either side here. But now it comes down to what is arguably the weakest deck on either side, at least for this head-to-head matchup. The Quest Warrior for Mighty and the Ping Mage for Alan, which so narrowly took a loss just a few moments ago. Thinking about how it faces into the Quest Warrior, though, I can imagine that the Mage will be beat down very heavily at the start, but if they can get that early Wildfire into Reckless Apprentice curve, that's really hard for the Warrior to claw their way back.
That's right. And even then, there's a couple of minions that are just really annoying for the Warrior to deal with, like Starscryer, for example. If that comes down turn 1 or 2 before the Hatchet is available, that's just trading. That's going to trade up really nicely. At best, it's going to be tanking a Freebooter's 2 damage, or maybe you have to go Stormwind Freebooter instead of Fog Sail and sink that 2 damage in instead. Either way, there's a few ways that you can pull into a reasonable position in the early game as Mage, and then, like you say, Wildfire, Reckless Apprentice, these are the ways that you really start turning the game around in a matchup that I would have to say I would rank as Alan's best shot at getting a win with the Mage. Like against the Hunter, we didn't have to see that, but that feels like a disaster matchup. You're just going to get shot in the face and killed way before you can get them with the masks. The Druid, as we saw, he played his absolute heart out, got a turn away from winning, but it's an uphill struggle right from the get-go. Whereas Warrior is just a pretty generic board-based deck. Mage can answer that if it's not run over in these early turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a matchup where, unlike Hunter, the Warrior does have to trigger Ice Barrier at some point if they want to get lethal, unless, you know, Alan's been a little bit too slow with it and left himself dead to some cannons, but that's very unlikely to happen. However, there is still the one of Neophyte for Mighty, which could be very, very clutch in the matchup. While I said the Rust-Rot Viper was probably better for him in the mirror, he'll definitely rather have 2 Neophytes to try and beat up on this Mage. It's a matchup where I expect Mighty at any possible juncture to cash in Defias Cannoneer shots when the board is clear. Make sure all of that can go face and be as aggressive as possible, because unlike in other matchups, just getting Rakara online first doesn't necessarily guarantee victory here. It's another one where there's Mutinous on the other side too, and I wonder what kind of role that will play for both players, because Mutinous for Mighty, I mean, it could chomp something like Mordresh even.
True. Yeah, I kind of hadn't really thought about the big minions, but there are a couple, right? Mutinous itself, just as a 4/4, chomping that is not bad. And then, of course, for the Mage versus the Warrior, Mr. Smite, as we saw, or Rakara in an ideal world. I mean, even like some of the weird cards, like Shivering Sorceress, right, which is obviously good as a 2/2. If you can get Mass Polymorph down to 6 mana or even 5, like that will really catch your opponent off guard in order to deal with some of these bigger minions, dealing with the Cannoneers, the Captains, whatever else like that. And already here for Alan, a juicy hand, right? Brain Freeze and Apprentice I'm looking at as being decent options, but maybe Apprentice is just too weak until you find the Wildfire.
Oh man, this is a tough one because it's just a 2-card win condition, right? If you find them together, that's just the most powerful thing you can do. Granted, you would still have to get double Wildfire for it to be ideal, because I'd say the majority of Warriors minions are around 3 health, and then there's still South Sea Captain to have to account for. So maybe Alan should just be a little bit less greedy here and hold on to only Brain Freeze, I was going to say, but he doesn't even want that. Feels like a hard mull for Wildfire.
It does, doesn't it? Such a crucial card. I mean, Wildfire, yes, but Shivering Sorceress on 1 would be absolutely huge. As I said, Starscryer drops off massively after turn 2, so I can understand hard mulling for that as well. Doesn't really find any of those cards, however, with no power spikes until, I don't know, Coin Mask at the moment. It's a very, very slow early game for Alan.
Yeah, and I think we saw already a bit of a sigh of relief from Mighty at the trade on turn 1 and no minion played. Mighty, however, thinking whether he wanted to go Harbor Scamp or the Bloodsail Raider, instead goes for the safer option in case Alan did have access to Wildfire Coin Ping, for example. This Bloodsail Raider would still survive that. Alan, the curve is just made quite awkward by that, isn't it? But he is still going to commit it and then go for the barrier plan next turn. Maybe skip over the AI altogether just to get Multicaster online and be a minion that can try and challenge the onslaught of pirates from Mighty.
Yeah, I think it's very, very clever by Alan. There was the temptation to go ping Wildfire ping, of course, but I love that he's holding back on that. It's more important to just spend your mana. You might draw something better than just going Wildfire ping on this turn. For example, Reckless Apprentice is not an unreasonable play on this turn just to get a body down and start clearing off these minions.
What to do?
Oh, interesting. He goes AI, though. I was thinking this is the barrier window he could go for, but it clearly doesn't solve his problems, right? The barrier gives him time, but he would not have built up towards a board clear because coin ping Reckless was still 2 turns away from that point. So Alan drawing maybe to find another Wildfire, and that's when the Apprentice really starts to get popping, is trying to hold out for something a little bit better, but boy, this captain is going to make his life difficult.
Yeah, the hatchet, the captain, all coming together gorgeously and becoming very difficult to clear. It's going to have to be something in the realm of coin, brain freeze, Reckless Apprentice. That's not going to be doing it right. So yeah, just Ice Barrier, brain freeze, slowing this game down as much as possible, drawing it out until coin polymorph, coin mask, maybe Apprentice into coin Mordresh as well to get there. Whatever it is, Alan is going to be surviving by a very, very thin margin if he's able to stabilize at all.
Yeah, Mighty's curve does not stop at all. The reason why this deck is so popular in the Pirate Warrior, it's just so consistent with getting its curve through. And Mighty also trying to land the hatchet buff on Smite, misses, but just the Smite with 6 attack is definitely still a big threat here. And Alan still doesn't have another Wildfire. He can set up over 2 turns a clear with Reckless Apprentice, but he is quickly running out of time. And he even pings the 2/2, which could have gotten caught in the Apprentice, just to save some damage. It looks like he's setting up for coin Mass Poly instead, maybe.
Okay, so one more needed to be played to complete this level of quest, which is a bit of an awkward amount because you can't guarantee yourself Rakara next turn in any way that I can see without top decking a cheap pirate. At which point, I'm kind of tempted to just go with that Mr. Smite again, swing everything face, have another scary minion on board that has to be answered here, or you just win on the spot.
Huge, but going into the coin 7 cost spell, you do have a reasonable read on Mass Poly, right? Because there's nothing else that Alan would really be saving the coin for at this point.
And then what, you deal 15, which brings them down to 10. Oh no, sorry, brings them down to 6 because of the cannons as well. And so then you have 4 minions on board plus the weapon swing. It's just lethal if there's poly.
That is true. Sword Eater also, just a stronger weapon. So Alan, Mighty says, absolutely, just cash in the Smite damage where available. He's seen double Ice Barrier. Second Reckless Apprentice, just not even good enough here for Alan.
Yeah, from Alan's perspective, sorry, it's one off lethal here, sorry, not exact lethal. So he can try and go for Mass Poly, which is, I think, his only chance of stabilizing as I see it, unless Magister Dawngrasp does something that I'm not aware of. And then it's just 1 extra damage needed for Mighty. 1 damage, which is in hand in the form of the Sword Eater. And in the 3rd Game 5 that we've seen from him already this weekend, Mighty is going through to the finals.
Huge for Mighty. He is so close to just putting himself in the lead of total points out of anyone, including Lambi Series, who had gotten the win last week. And it's just such an impressive performance for a debut Grandmaster. And he's shown that he's not only capable of reverse sweeps here. When it comes down to it, Derek, in the battle of the mustaches, Mighty can take a win in Game 5 in other ways as well.
Very, very well played overall. Like, again, it's from Mighty. It's almost better, right? It's like the joke they have in Frasier. What's the one thing better than a perfect meal? It's a perfect meal with one small flaw that you get to pick away at the whole time, which is how I feel about Mighty, right? What's the one thing better than a perfect series of Hearthstone? It's a perfect series of Hearthstone with one obvious misplay that you get to laugh at the player for, which for Mighty here, Like, it was a very, very well played series overall. We get to rag on him for taking 2 extra damage here when it was not necessarily needed. But overall, I think Mighty is just firmly supplanting himself here as a very level-headed, a very strong player in Asia Pacific Grandmasters. And with a potential Week 2 win, he might be planting himself top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Dark, if anything, Mighty is just ingratiating himself with all the APAC traditions, right? The drip. A
True.
very good series with one huge misplay that makes no sense that we can really never parse. It's just like what Glory and Possessi do. And the third thing is, of course, winning and being better than all the other regions. That is the best APAC tradition.
True. Absolutely true. With Mighty going through, guaranteed 4 points at least. Alan walking away with just 3 points after 2 weeks of play, but do not count him out yet. We've made that mistake once before, and after a 17-1 streak at the end of the last season, he was able to claw things back and get all the way through to the playoffs, almost through to the World Championships at the end as well. So next week, Alan still has one shot, one last chance saloon to get himself through to the playoffs. But for now, it's another 2 players who are in desperate need of this win. Alutemu went 0-2 last week. Chonsu went 0-2 last week. And so they are both also currently sitting at 3 points apiece. A win here would have massive implications for both of our players and their shot at the World Championship. So don't go anywhere. The second semi-final will come after this. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the second semi-final of the week. We've seen Mighty narrowly scrape through to the finals in a very, very close series against Alan, where the Ping Mage, while exciting and impressive as a spectator, was just unable to overcome the conventional lineup of Warrior, Druid, and Hunter. Speaking of which, that's what Chonsu's gone for here, despite a player who occasionally likes to spice things up with a strong targeted lineup. Here to start things off with Trio, he's just gone with a very, very standard lineup up against Alutemu, who was one of only, I believe, 2 players here in Asia Pacific alongside Lambi series to go Mage, Priest, Warrior. A very interesting selection of classes.
That is...
Oh, Shaman, Priest,
sorry.
Warrior, sorry. Yes,
Like,
and apologies. Yes, so close, so close.
Yes. Alutemu is still sticking with the Burn Shaman, which is a class that has been up and down in popularity. It's really gone through quite a roller coaster, even in the weeks leading up to the MT when it was first getting popular on ladder. Everyone is saying this deck is so strong. Orange released a guide on it. It was all over the ladder. And then at the MT, however, it was very highly represented, but perhaps underperformed in its overall win rate as people started to realize it does have its vulnerabilities. Especially if you're not running Viper in the list. Control Warrior can beat up on that. Well-skilled Miracle Priest can actually get a pretty good victory rate versus Shaman as well. But Alutemu does have the Viper in there. Perhaps the more refined version does have that card in the core, but he does also have a priest of his own in the Rally Miracle Priest version, which I find to be a very, very interesting pick and potentially can get there against maybe the Druid from Chonsu even, because this priest does have the ability to play minions on curve and just try and beat you down.
It does, yeah. It's a much more flexible deck, I suppose you could say, in a way, because it doesn't have to be a miracle deck in the way that Miracle Priest kind of does have to. Like the one without Sethic, the more common one that you see nowadays that relies on Nazmani and Malagos, it can go for a kind of piecemeal halfway miracle turn where you just play a Nazmani, play a Power Word Fortitude on it and just hope to get the win that way against some of the flimsier board-based decks. But for the most part, you're all in on reducing Malagos, drawing your deck, and then doing something broken afterwards. This version, though, can quite happily just go Sethic into Power Word Feast, and then you're kind of just winning the game from there, unless they have the Shiver Their Timbers, to be able to clear it off, which, speaking of, Chonsu was cut completely. This is a very unreactive build of the Quest Warrior, and with the double Acidic Swampoos in there instead of the double Cult Neophyte, it feels like a very, very poorly built deck for this matchup specifically.
That's right. I don't think Chonsu expected many people to have Miracle Priest in the field, let alone the Rally version. The build of the Warrior that he and Gur were both rocking, I assume, was trying to beat up on other Quest Warriors, which is still reasonable, right? There's still going to be, at the very least, even if Chonsu loses this matchup, the potential to face up his Warrior in the mirror, where the Ooze could get a little bit more work done. But it's not to say that the Shiver Their Timbers is the end-all, be-all here. Alutemu, of course, still has the very strong possibility of not having Bloodweaver in the early hand. This version doesn't run Horn of Rathion, as the Malagos version tends to make room for at least one copy of. And if Alutemu doesn't get on board early, things can snowball quite heavily out of control. For Chonsu, though, I'm very interested in the Mulligan because I feel Sword Eater actually has quite a lot of utility in the matchup, but maybe Chonsu thinks it's too late.
I agree completely. I think, honestly, just like Foxtail Freebooter, Coin Sword Eater is a reasonable way to go. However, that's kind of still focused around a quest completion game plan and a turbo quest mindset, which is still valuable. But when you have Sword Eater, that first level of quest completion is a lot less crucial, of course, because you already have a weapon down. And so just spending your mana as efficiently on best stats each turn as possible becomes a lot more important. But Chonsu going in a different way entirely, just full mulling, I guess, just looking for better pirates on curve here than just a 2-2-on-2.
True, does end up with just the Harbor Scamp, but maybe looking for better pirates to follow up, because if he can get the deckhand pulling him the hatchet and a freebooter, and also just discounting the hatchet and then starting with a pirate on board, that actually potentially allows him to answer a Nazmani. But that is not the case right now. Right now, Alutemu has the potential to play Nazmani, and as far as I can see, it is just gonna stick.
Exactly, with no coin Sword Eater, which was, I think, the only thing that Alutemu was actually afraid of, or I guess Cannoneer, coin, Bloodsail deckhand, and the weapon, and swing, and the cannons hit, which is all a little bit unlikely. So he has a reasonable chance of sticking the Nazmani here, and if he does, we will already start to see the fireworks that can occur, especially with that Shadower Devour off the top. What a top deck.
That's enormous. The order of which to play everything is a bit contentious, because if you want maximum discounts right off the bat, then starting with Gift of Luminance is where your head should be at. But that means you won't necessarily get to play the palm reading this turn. So Alutemu is looking to start with palm reading and ideally end up with a 1-cost spell that gets discounted to 0. And I think that would allow him the possibility to still play Gift. And even if he misses, at the very least, he can go like Shadower Devour and maybe even the Sethic. There's so many different ways to go about it, honestly.
Especially as Gift of the Luminance here is not just a discounting mechanism, but the Divine Shield and the 1/1 are actually very, very valid parts of this game plan. They get you quite a lot of tempo at this point in the game, which I would definitely be considering. But in the end, Alutemu is just going with straight up Nazmani up to, what, 8 health hits, sorry, at this point, is super, super scary, and gets himself a clear board. And a 0-mana Sethic Veilweaver for next turn as well. This is going very nicely indeed now.
Yeah, going swimmingly for Alutemu. There's just no way for Chonsu to answer this, especially without the Shiver Their Timbers, which is such a key tech inclusion. Not even a tech, it's just core in a lot of different lists. Chonsu, best he can do is the Cargo Guard to progress the quest. He can play the Hatchet when he gets it, but it's going to take a lot of buffs to get through this Nazmani. But he's starting, chugging away at that 8 health.
You just got to do what you can, a little bit at a time. As now for Alutemu, I mean, we have to be looking at Sethic and then copy the Sethic, right? It's just so much generation here, especially with the Power Word Fortitude in hand. You can get that just ridiculously cheap.
Wondering if it's ever copy the Nazmani instead, but you can always decide after the palm reading. And now this does look like the type of hand where, yeah, copy Sethic is where my head would be at. Just to get the multiple spells in hand, which also goes a long way towards reducing Powered Fortitude, but Alutemu was thinking it through very, very carefully.
Oh, it is close. Like, all of these cards in hand are actually pretty tempting. Like Fortitude, just because it's currently the most amount of stats. Feast, because you can bump into the Cargo Guard and then heal up straight away. Or you could just perfect discount the Shadow Word Feast and end up with a Fortitude as well, because you're filling your hand up with cards at the same time. This could not be more perfect.
Oh my goodness. Yep. That was a nice game. Alutemu is a masterclass on how to play the rally version. Obviously, this is not something you can do freely in a lot of different matchups, just playing a Nazmani on the board. And then in other matchups also, given the fact that you require 2 to 3 turns of setup, then you're not able to as often get like the 10 health, Divine Shield, Elec Mount all on your same turn on the Nazmani Bloodweaver compared to the Malagos version. But when you can take an advantage of the fact that if you play a minion and it sticks on board, when you know your opponent simply doesn't have the removal for it, then yes, this deck can look very much insane.
And for a man who clearly loves playing Hearthstone as much as he does, Alutemu sure is not playing much Hearthstone this weekend so far. He hasn't played on Friday. He 3-0'd Glory in about 35 minutes yesterday. A very quick game one versus Chonsu. And like I've said, if the rest of the weekend is anything to go by, it's not going to be much longer before he wins this series. Moving on now, of course, away from the the Priest, which I think overall was in a pretty good shot to take the win this series, right? The Druid is a fantastic matchup. Warrior, especially this removal light version from Chonsu, is, I think, a very, very good matchup as well. The rest of his decks, I think, get a little bit scarier. The Control Warrior, for example, can really struggle against a quadruple weapon destruction Pirate Warrior from Chonsu. That should be a pretty much auto-win matchup for the Pirate Warrior. The Burn Shaman, however, as well, is a real interesting one because with it lining up against, what is it, the Hunter here, first of all, it's one of those decks that kind of struggles from not being quick enough of a combo deck a lot of the time against the likes of Mazaki Mage, Weapon Rogue, Quest Hunter as well. We know that Burn Shaman can burst the opponent for huge amounts of damage, but the more I play it, the more I find it often takes just like one turn slower than the Quest decks or Weapon Rogue to get their combo off or to get their own lethal off. And I'd be curious to see if that's the same situation here against Chonsu's slightly slower Quest Hunter.
Yeah, I do think that on average, the Hunter should be able to get their lethal faster than the Burn Shaman if we are just talking purely spell-based damage, right? I do believe the Burn Shaman can get there if they are able to supplement that damage with some minion attacks going face, but that, of course, is a very contentious prospect because Hunter's so good at removing minions. The one difference maker, though, is the Wild Paw Cavern. That is so much stats you can get for just 4 mana, even if it's staggered throughout 3 turns. It's often too much that the Quest Hunter can remove by that point of the game. Even 1 or 2 of those stags sticking and dealing their damage can give the Burn Shaman the breakpoints they might need to get over the top with their bolts, etc., etc. But just playing their usual early game of Sleep Breakers is exactly what the Hunter wants to see, right? That's the perfect shape of minion that can get eaten up by all of these removal spells, especially Dragon Main Shot.
Well, it's starting to make sense. While all our players are so well dressed, they must be getting ready for the disco. Or the disconnect, at least, as this is just game after game from both of our players. Cannot catch a break here. Okay, here we go.
I don't know why, out of all the jokes you've made, that one sent me the most. Something wrong with you. But something wrong with the game as well. Unfortunately, we are dealing with quite a few disconnect bugs, not just in APAC for once. Hopefully, we can get that resolved as soon as possible because this is already shaping up to be an interesting early game exchange, right? A lot of the time, the Burn Shaman just wants to play their Sleep Breaker on curve, help that cycle going through because you draw the main card from the Wind Chill itself, and you also have the Frost Spell School loaded up for the double multicasters that Alutemu had in hand. But we can see that if the Sleep Breaker had hit the board, that was exactly what Chonsu would have wanted to see, right? Dragon Bane Shot looking like a great way to progress his quest and make sure he doesn't lose any resources because of the honorable kill.
It is a really weird dynamic, isn't it? Because it's not the same as Quest Hunter versus Pirate Warrior or Quest Rogue, for example, where they have to play minions to win the game. That's their win condition in there. The Burn Shaman is in a weird spot where they don't have to play minions to win the game by any means, but they kind of have to play minions to progress their game plan, even if board isn't necessarily their win condition, because like you say, Sleep Breaker gives you the Wind Chill to draw a card. Multicaster, very important to get that down to draw through your deck as well. The Parrot, the same thing. And I think that works out just about in the breakdown of Shaman plays their minions. I don't think you hold stuff back enough to the point where you deny your opponent playing their cards, because most of their damage-based cards that progress the Hunter quest can just go face anyway. And so I think as long as you don't care about your minions dying, which Alutemu doesn't especially, you just play them out, progress your own win condition, and then try to burst them down around 7 or 8.
Yeah, I agree. Although I will add an additional note that I think Shaman does need to get some minion damage going through. There are very, very few Shaman hands that allow them to actually take you down 30-0 without any minion damage going forth. And they need both Blooms most likely and 3 Novice Staffers and an Overdraft for all of that. More likely, if they can get an early Brukan and weave in the Fire Invocation, that can be some breakpoints helped for the Burn Shaman that also doesn't require them to play minions on board. But we are looking very far into the future while failing to progress past the first couple of hurdles, it feels like. Hopefully our players can stay calm because I'm sure this is quite frustrating for them.
Yeah, if it is for us, I imagine it must be more so for them, as it's just a full-on boogie wonderland here in Asia Pacific. I mean, for the next couple turns, I think it's not too complicated for Alutemu, apart from dealing with the stress, the disconnect issues. Like Serpent Shrine Portal, fine, you just get it down. That would be the first nature spell, right, in order to get Multicaster online as well, which makes it even more juicy. And I don't know, maybe I'm lulling myself, or I'm naive, sorry, would be a better word, about Quest Hunter's capabilities, because I always feel like eventually, if you play enough minions, they must run out of ways to kill them. But I don't know, every time I say that or think that, it seems like the Hunter just has enough to get there, especially against Burn Shaman, which doesn't run that many minions, sorry, in the early curve.
Yeah, and I'd make that argument doubly so for the version of Quest Hunter that Chonsu is running, which does have a lot of late game value, but even more so than that, additional ways to generate spells, double One Maker, double Scorpid, instead of the Drekthar package, which I think would have not served him very well in this matchup because Burn Shaman kind of laughs in the face of those minions, can just landslide them away or freeze them with Snowfall Guardian. We do see that Alutemu has gone for the Serpent Shrine Portal, getting the new Paladin card that gets an additional 2 attack when you play a buff spell on it, I believe. Not really going to get additional attack.
What if you wind chill it though? Then it gets the plus attack, right?
Yep, and never gets to attack, but it looks cool.
Damn right.
Well, anyway, the Dragonbane shot perfect honorable kill here for Chonsu alongside the Overwhelm. Very well spotted, making great progress on his quest, honestly. We could see a very early Tavish here.
What is it with Chonsu and drawing the perfect half of his deck that isn't the weird half? Like every game so far, he has had perfect quest completion, Tavish on 6, killing your opponent without even needing to bother with any of the Polkel, what is it, Tavish hero card. It's just quest progression, killing your opponent. As, oh my god, this is getting unbearable with the disconnects, just trying to slog our way through this game.
Yeah, One Night in Karazhan, the disco expansion. Yeah, Chonsu, I agree. He has been drawing the quest progression half of his deck very often, although it's worth saying that even if you don't run the Polkelt version, there's also still a half of your deck that's relatively awkward to draw with the Drekthar version if you don't get exactly Drekthar itself. The more interesting part of Chonsu's deck that we haven't really seen that I want to bring up actually is that we haven't seen him get too many Scorpids or Wand Makers, which are also in the deck in the place of Carrion Studies, I believe, that we were seeing from Mighty's version, for example. And I'm kind of wondering if the Wand Maker and Scorpid are consistent enough at giving spells that help along with your quest to warrant their place in the deck. But I'll be wondering for quite some time, it feels like, Dark.
Hey! To me, to you. Yeah. Excellent analysis, I'm sure, Chia. I mean, I don't know. We'll get word on what the plan is hopefully soon, because doesn't look like these disconnects are abating anytime soon. Don't know if it's on our side or the player's side as well. We'll have to find out, but it's kind of unfortunate. I think that was actually shaping up to be a pretty interesting mid-game there, where you know, I would probably put Chonsu pretty firmly in the lead, given that he had such rapid quest progression there, but I would certainly not call him out quite yet, because Alutemu's own hand leading up into a nice early multicaster is it's doing pretty powerful stuff in its own right, especially as that Tavish is almost certainly never going to attack face this game.
True. Unfortunately, we have no access to an accurate history bar at this point. So I think Alutemu has only just played the two spell schools, Nature and the first Primordial Studies, to get this Novice Zapper. He gets the Golden Copier card. Battle Cry. It doesn't do anything on board.
Nobleman? Yeah.
Yes. And it's back to us, Derek.
Woohoo! Yay! We're back.
Apologies.
Yeah.
It is not within our control. So as we wait for word as to whether we attempt to play out the game, and I really hope we do get to continue it with this iteration of draws, because I think you brought up a very good point in that Alutemu still had a lot of game, right? His own plan of just trying to cycle through with the multicaster was very much online, but the interplay of that and it being faster than the Tavish still remains to be seen. Guess we could also talk about potential other matchups we see here, given that the Priest is out of the way. Let's say that Chonsu does get the win with the Hunter into the Shaman. Do you think Alutemu's Shaman gets there against the Druid?
Shaman versus the Druid. Oh yeah, sorry, the Shaman, not the Priest. Yes, I mean, well, it's a matchup that, based on streamers' reaction, you can kind of get a pretty good idea most of the time of what you don't want to see as the Druid, which is Bloom Wildpaw Caverns. That's where things go really, really wrong for the Druid. But I actually think outside of that, the more I've played that as the Shaman, the less I like that matchup. I think against a good Druid player, the consistency of the ramp, the consistency of hitting Kazakhstan is just too much for Shaman to deal with. Having said that, though, that was pre-Locusts migrating out, right? Interesting use of words there. And therefore the burst was a lot higher, right? And Shaman is afraid of burst damage. They're not so much afraid of board. And so if instead of playing Locusts, the Druid has to go Banana Split or Clockwork Assistant or Canopic Jars with a big board, something like that, that's where Shaman's actually okay. They can survive that kind of mid-game by freezing the board over and over again with the Snowfall Guardians. And so I think for Alutemu, maybe if he can just avoid getting Embers of Ragnaros, the Druid late game with Kazakhstan is not actually that bad anymore for the Shaman.
Could be. You know, you can tell I'm so out of sorts when it comes to me asking you questions and pretending I'm the host out of nowhere. But yes, I mean, I actually did think your usage of words was great there. Migrating locust, because migratory locust is an actual species of locust, if Animal Crossing wasn't lying to me. But I do agree, right? I feel that matchup is still Druid favored, but I would say that with more confidence if Chonsu's Kazakhstan Druid was of the armor variant, where you do want as much armor as possible to survive against the burn, and you're pretty confident that Glowfly Swarm is never going to stick on the board because they have landslide, or they just freeze it and then you're board locked and very, very sad. Overall, though, I think just the consistency of getting to Kazakhstan and the very strong treasures like you brought up should be enough to get there. It's all theoretical, though, as we continue to wait on the verdict as to whether the Shaman versus Hunter matchup is going to continue or be replayed. Again, our apologies. I do think this is an instance of the disconnect bug that's been plaguing some of our GM matches throughout the weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been told what they're going to check Alutemu's internet after this game. I don't know if they're playing the game off stream and they're just trying to get through it. Would be good to know what the situation is, but either way, we are just going to keep on hypothesizing, as you said, or we're not, rather. Okay, we're going to go to a break, and then when we come back, hopefully we can get all our issues sorted out and we can actually see Alutemu versus Chonsu for the second semi-final of the day. Please God, let's go to break and it will come back working. Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Apologies once again for the delay to this match. We believe that everything has been sorted out. I think Alutemu was having some internet connection issues that seem in our test game to have been all ironed out. We are going to be, I think, restarting that game, which is a little bit annoying because, as we were saying, we liked the direction it was heading in. But hey, who knows? Maybe it'll be even better this time.
Yeah, this time around. By better, do you mean we'll finally get to see Polkelt as Chonsu has never done it?
Yeah.
Perhaps. Yeah. Well, as we get back into the regame, just to remind anybody that forgot during this extended break, or anybody who is just joining us now, Alutemu has already taken a win with his Rally Priest very, very convincingly against the Warrior from Chonsu, which we did raise a lot of concerns about the build of Warrior into that particular matchup. But overall, I think Chonsu in the series shouldn't be too down about it just yet, even though he's down 0-1, because I think his Quest Hunter and the rest of his decks have a very good shot against Alutemu's Kazakhstan Warrior. It is the Shaman, however, that we'll be seeing first, and if that indication of our first attempt at the game was any hint, then the Hunter was in a pretty good spot, just as long as they are able to hit the removal spells in the early game for things like Sleepbreaker.
Yes, very, very true. I'll be curious to see not only how Chonsu approaches his early game mulligan, which we talked about a little bit, but also Alutemu, like you said, with his Sleepbreaker being kind of a dubious prospect, it does draw you through your deck, does also give options for the Hunter to clear stuff off. But I think the main thing is how greedily do you want to look for Wildpaw Cavern, because that feels like the one development tool that maybe Hunter can't quite keep up with is on these early turns. If you get Bloom Coin Wildpaw or just Bloom Wildpaw on turn 2, that can often be enough to solo the game. Wildpaw in hand now for Alutemu, and I think you've got to be keeping it, right? It's just too tempting.
That's right. Even if it's not bloomed out just on turn 4, it is so much statage you can get for the mana cost. But unfortunately, you cannot stack the Wild Paws, so the second one for Alutemu might be coming out a little bit later. But hey, he still has one more turn to possibly top deck the Lightning Bloom, and then the hand pretty much plays itself. But for Chonsu, he has, you know, a somewhat similar start to last game with the double Dragonbane shots available. I can't remember who was on coin the first time we did it, though, and that might make a big difference here.
Me neither. But either way, it's, like you said, just a great start for Chonsu. If he can find himself a 2-health minion of some kind and activate these Dragonbane shots, that's just quest stage 2 done on the spot. And given that what a 2 or a 4-health minion would be very easily activatable with the Arcane Shot into Dragonbane Shot, it looks like that's going to happen either from the Serpent Shrine or the Stag from the Wildpaw Cavern itself. So again, just such a lightning fast start for Chonsu that I think very possibly does just lead into another turn 6 Tavish.
And for Alutemu, it was such a dilemma there as to whether it's a complete pass at all or play the Macaw. Certainly not Serpent Shrine, because he does not want to be overloaded going into a Cavern turn the next turn. And you don't want to Totem in the matchup either, because, you know, 3 times out of 4, that's leaving a perfect target for Dragonbane shot. It is the Macaw that Alutemu's put forward to maybe try and soak up some of the removal spells from Chonsu and give his Stags the best chance of sticking. But that Lightning Bloom, a little bit too late. Imagine it had come out a turn earlier, then Alutemu's pressure could be a lot faster. But for now, Chonsu has a clean answer with just ping Dragonbane shot if he wants, or he can try and turbo out the quest even quicker.
Well, if he goes Arcane Shot, Dragonbane Shot this turn, that gets him 1 spell off completion, which just means Woundprey Coin Tavish is available next turn. This has actually worked out better for Chonsu in a way than what was available last game, because he was looking at turn 6 Tavish then. Now it's just turn 5 Tavish, which, yeah, I'm absolutely on board with, I guess. Ping plus the Dragonbane shot to take out the 3-4, and then Arcane Shot Tavish next turn. Essentially the same thing, just gets himself down a 1-1 here, which is not bad at all. And this game is just looking beautiful for him.
Oh, that is crazy how fast this has panned out. Alutemu with access now to a decent way of spending his mana with both the Serpent Shrine Portal and the Sleet Breaker. You can assume that the Wind Chill from the Sleet Breaker is going to be saved for the Tavish body that he knows is almost certainly getting played on this upcoming turn. Okay, Unbound Elemental, pretty decent outcome, but there's nothing he wants to bloom out at the moment, so he can't quite efficiently get the buff from the Lightning Bloom.
So, we do actually have to consider the idea that it might not be correct to Tavish on this turn, given how much pressure is on the board. I think it, well, I was going to say it probably still is, but Chonsu then immediately just puts that thought to rest as he can go Dragon Vein Shot, Hero Power plus the 1/1. It's a full clear, and I guess preserves the coin for Hero Power reactivation with Tavish next turn instead.
Yeah, the key part of this turn is that if he wanted to play Tavish this turn, he didn't actually get the Hero Power refresh because he would have to coin the Arcane Shot and then play the Tavish. Not the ideal order here. So given that, he instead chooses to expend Bola Shot rather than coin and Arcane Shot, especially noticing that the Dragon Bane Shot could be replenished this turn very cleanly anyway. I think it's a good spot from Chonsu, and he leaves himself so many resources for the Tavish next turn. Alutemu is in big trouble.
He really is. Wind Chill, I think you probably wait on the second one, given that you know that Tavish is coming down next turn. It's just such a nice way to not have to worry about that for a turn.
And I can't stop gushing about Chonsu's hand. It's like after the Tavish resources come down, he has the Furious Howl for the replenish. Like, he can kill Alutemu very realistically within 2 to 3 turns.
It's just another game where he's drawn the good half of his deck once again. Like the Barak, the Polkel, and the Tavish as well, Beaststalker Tavish, just not even necessary at all, as he's just getting perfect quest completion every single game. And now you just start launching damage to the face. You can clear off this 4/4, sure, and get the Dragon Bane Shot back to hand, but everything else is just killing Alutemu right now.
Oh yes, all of these extra hero powers being sent to the dome, but I completely agree with getting rid of the staggered. Even though you know your Tavish is not going to get to attack even if that is removed because of the Wind Chill, it is still damage that you have to be aware of, right? Because Chonsu, even though he's very far in the lead yet, doesn't have a guaranteed lethal. It depends on the next couple cards off the top. And so he doesn't want to put himself within range of anything Alutemu might have. Even there could be Primordial Studies into Zapper, there could be Bolts and Multicaster to get the Lightning Blooms. Chonsu can't be... he's still correct to be cautious in this instance, I think. But for Alutemu here, forced to take the Guild Trader just to trade it, it looks like he's in desperate need of a Multicaster.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was ever like play the multicast with Landslide and hope to stick it, but I mean, you literally know just with Dragon Bane Shot alone in hand, that's your your trader cleared. And with just good card after good card here for Chonsu, I think Alutemu is so thoroughly dead. I just don't see an avenue back in now.
Yeah, the One Maker, pretty clutch as well, just to give something refreshable for the hero power.
Yeah.
Any one-cost spell for Hunter is decent in this instance. A lot of them deal damage, like Arcane Shot and Wound Prey, and the Adorable isn't too bad either, just as long as there's literally any minion. You can convert any spell to free 2 damage. This is what the old Raza Priest enthusiasts used to love.
Oh, this card got me so excited when it first came out. And then back then, I don't know, it felt a little bit flimsy, like it needed a couple of extra tools. But now they have been firmly delivered, right? Whether you ascribe to the slower version with Beaststalker Tavish that Chonsu is going, or the faster version that tops out at Drekthar, the newest inclusions like Furious Howl and Dragon Bane Shot in particular are just quite clearly such game breakers in terms of how this deck goes, as it's a real contender now for one of the top decks, especially in a Conquest format. Explosive Discovered is, of course, the perfect card for Chonsu to get, as, well, he's not even messing around with setting out to kill off the Novice Zapper, as he's just trying to get as much damage face as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Dragon Bane replenishing itself can stop here. It probably has more utility going face because the emptier his hand is, the more value he just gets from Furious Howl. Even though the Staggered gets to go face and freeze the Rinling's Rifle second charge, it simply does not matter because Alutemu with a Brukan draw could maybe stay in it, but outside of that, Chonsu just has well over lethal.
All right, Multicaster definitely one of the best draws in Alutemu's deck, so he's going to need some healing immediately to stay alive, which could be discovered via a very convoluted chain of, I don't know, Primordial Studies, Steward of Scrolls, Bloom, Tidal Surge. Like, it's just not happening, is it?
Yeah, without the Brukan off of these multicaster draws, which technically still could have been double bloomed out at this point, there is just no way for him to gain enough health to stay in it. So Chonsu, after that disconnect that I'm sure phased both our players a little bit, looks like he is not blinking at all. He has taken the series straight up to 1-1, and that is going to be the Quest Hunter out of the way once again, and we finally get to see Polkel!
Hey!
So
Best card
here.
in the deck, 100% drawn win rate. Stick that in your stats and smoke it as Chonsu equalizes the series 1 game apiece. Now, Hunter getting the win as we expected, the Priest getting the win on Alutemu's side, also expected. But now the series starts to get really interesting, actually, I think, with Pirate Warrior kind of being in a good position against the Control Warrior, I think, for Alutemu, kind of being in a weak position, because I think against Shaman, it's really going to struggle against all the myriad freezes and very efficient board clears that Burn Shaman has access to. The Druid on the other side, though, I don't know what to make of, because against Shaman, it's obviously kind of a close one. If Alutemu has a hand like that, I could definitely see it getting there with just the power of a couple of Wild Paws alone. But against the Warrior, the Control Warrior, this Druid is, again, kind of an interesting prospect, because I could theoretically see Alutemu, if not fully fatiguing the Druid, at least buying himself enough time with all his removal to get there with an early charge combo.
Alutemu is on the charge variant, like you said, which does make the matchup a lot more interesting compared to the Kazakhstan, I would say, because generally when you line up 2 Kazakhstan decks, the one that can play the Kaz sooner, which is always going to be the Druid, they're just far more consistent than the Warrior version, that deck is going to be in the lead, in my opinion. But the fact that the Warrior has this inevitability with the charge combo that doesn't rely on having to go back and forth with the treasures, I think can be an upside to it. But it's really hard to call the matchup between Charge Warrior and Kazakhstan Druid favored one way or the other, because it is so heavily dependent on what kind of treasures the Kazakhstan Druid gets. And the token half of this deck, I'm going to say, is largely going to be irrelevant. There is just too much AoE on the side of Alutemu with the Blade Storm, with the Shield Shatters, and the Rancor in there. No need for Brawl, honestly. He will still have enough to get through token boards. So now we're talking about how much Chonsu can get in terms of value from Kazakhstan. And that's a spot where the removal of Locust from the treasure pool actually makes a big difference, right? Because 1 Locust equals 4 boards, and you're still threatening having Arbor up in hand to end the game. I feel like the Druid needs to find one of those super heavy, high-value hitters like Canopic Jars. I keep bringing this up. The Boom Bots, to a certain extent, can be a lot of damage as well. And outside of finding those, maybe just having 1 Banana Split is not enough to get there. And then you have a lot of duds as well with all of the removal spells.
Yeah, there's a lot of complete whiffs with the removal spells, like you say. Some of the mid-tier kind of treasures, like Bubba, which is okay, but not amazing. A Clockwork Assistant can be good in the right scenario. If you have Guff in the early game, I like the Embers of Ragnaros a lot, just because you have the ability to go Solar Embers, and I think that's kind of approaching the amount of damage that Warrior can't out-armor. But if we see Glowfly and Rancor is able to gain you 15 armor, an early Rakara plus a couple of hero power activations, the armor up potential offers you so much stall as the Warrior, and especially given Alutemu's slightly spicier build with a Royal Librarian slotted in there, it means that even if there's some kind of a taunt put in the way for Chonsu, Alutemu still has a way to chew through that and get a 36 damage combo through with the 1 mana spent on the Royal Librarian. So I'll be very interested to see that matchup. I don't know what we have queued up next. I think it's going to be the Shaman for Alutemu versus the Warrior for Chonsu. So it's a bit of a different kettle of fish. It's 2 tempo-ish board-based decks, slightly less so for the Shaman, more so for the Quest Warrior. And a matchup that I think you just get to see the power of the Burn Shaman shine. You have Snowfall Guardian being such a brutally powerful win condition, honestly. Not even a stall mechanic, but just a win condition in this matchup. Into the Brilliant Macaw, into the Landslide, into all the burn damage. I think Warrior is just too honest of a deck to be able to fight back against that much powerful board stall.
Yeah, the fact that Quest Warrior, while it is an aggro deck in the early game, has to miss its turn 1 to play a quest is such a big deal, because that is the turn where you don't generally expect the Shaman to do anything, and it's a turn where you can start to get the chip damage going through and snowball later on with maybe some cannons for lethal. But the fact that Warrior gets on board around the same turn when Alutemu is expected to then just play Sleep Breaker and go toe-to-toe with that, and then it means the Shaman will be able to stabilize at the very least, and then they can go for one of those big board swings you're talking about with either Landslide or just the Snowfall Guardian to completely negate the minion pressure from Chonsu. I do think it'll be an uphill climb for Chonsu, but not impossible. He does have, you know, still the capability, as with any Quest Warrior, of getting a super fast Rakara online early, and the Shaman, outside of staggered sticking, can't necessarily freeze your face forever. And then we've seen already a Gorehowl generated this weekend. Nothing's impossible, Derek.
Absolutely right. Yeah, you always have those miracle outs with Smite and Gorehowl, Smite and the Hammer, just for a bunch of extra damage as well. Those kind of plays can bail you out of any situation pretty much. As Alutemu is faced with a hand that I think ends up being a full mulligan Serpent Shrine Portal. I guess I'm tempted by here. But I would rather just double down on finding those really key cards. Bloom, Wild Paw, arguably even the Novice Zapper as well. It's just a really nice way to bolster some of this removal potential.
Yeah, Sleep Breaker's another big one.
True.
I'm glad you brought up the Zapper, because if you have that in the early game, I wonder, especially if you're on the play, if you're supposed to play that just turn 1 against Pirate Warrior and be like, okay, you're not able to remove this, you're going to play the quest, I'm going to get chip damage in. Sadly, we will not get to have the answer to that question, but Alutemu ends up with a middling hand post-mulligan. It does have that Cavern, and you're never sad to see Multicaster, right? Because it's such a powerful draw engine for this deck. But this does leave the potential for Alutemu to take a bit of a beating in the early game.
Oh,
never mind.
Imagine, Gia. Imagine Alutemu not hitting the absolute coconuts here. Bloom, Wild Paw, Cavern. A late bloomer last game, but not so this game. As it's just the perfect start. Chonsu is all of a sudden so far behind on the back foot. Nature Spell has been played. Frost is being played this turn. Multicaster draw 2 next turn. Snowfall in hand if you ever even needed that in case you somehow fall behind on board. This is the power of Burn Shaman.
Yeah, I believe this is what you guys call Bloomin' Perfect.
Yes, quite right.
Mm-hmm. Now I get what it means. Yeah, unfortunate for Chonsu that he draws the weapon right after he's been frozen, and he will be frozen indefinitely. These staggards are not going anywhere. Alutemu has the capability of just freezing the Ratcheteer with the Wind Chill. He can Studies into a minion as well to fill out the mana, but honestly, just playing Macaw for a body doesn't feel terrible here. Just winning on board.
Yeah, I think I still just like Multicaster on this turn, just because I know you're only drawing 2 instead of 3, but it sets up for such a nice Macaw next turn, or even saving the Macaw for Snowfall if you need it. And you're so guaranteed to have a good play next turn if you do it. And it's not even a bad play on this turn. Just developing another 3-4 is really tough for Chonsu to answer.
close because the less you respect the board from Chonsu, the more of South Sea Captain becomes a threat here. Alutemu does start with the Wind Chill though, but picks up a much better 3-drop to play than the Macaw. He can trade down the board, and just the knowledge that if you are ahead on board and the warrior is frozen, there's just no way they can come back. It's not like they're on Samuro, and their best sort of board control mechanic of firing cannons through Cannoneer will not happen if they're not able to attack because they're frozen. It's just too good for Alutemu. Nothing Chonsu can really do here, and he knows it.
Yeah, it's just so far gone for him already. Another 9 damage on this turn. I guess you probably have to respect the 2-4, but I guess with numbers this awkward, you could just launch everything else face, honestly. Freeze them for another turn and say, do your worst.
Yeah, I like the full face game plan here. You could make the argument for 3-4 not staggered into 4-3 to play around South Sea Captain, because if that comes down, it does allow Chonsu some value trades. But we're also just getting to the point where, okay, Chonsu takes a value trade, he is still very much dying.
Chonsu with the oos off the top. You oos, you're loose. It's a story as old as time in Hearthstone. And it means that the quest is not going to be completed here, right? Yeah, 2 out of 3. These really nice cannons that he really desperately wanted to get off are going to be left unfired for the moment, and Alutemu could just continue the beat down here.
Gonna be drawing a whole lot more with the Macaw, even though I feel like he could win the game just with the cards he already had in hand. Zapper Portal for the super clean clear on the freebooter. Oh wow, and a Playmaker just to add insult to injury. Not that he has rush minions, but man, I kind of miss that card.
I was just thinking the same thing. Rush Warrior was such a cool deck.
It was.
Look at what we have now. Look how they massacred my boy. Oh well, there we go. Look how Alutemu massacred my boy Morphso, for that matter, as 2-1 up with an absolute clinical takedown on the Burn Charm, and about as good of a draw as you can possibly hope for. And I think, you know, pretty much about as well played as you could hope for. Trade, not trade, it's such minute differences at that point that I don't think would have made any difference, had any ramifications, after Chonsu just got shamaned, which means the last remaining deck for Alutemu is the Control Warrior, one in which Gia, this Pirate Warrior, surely can finally get some kind of a chance.
Surely, especially with the double oozes, right? The Outrider's Axe is never going to get more than 1 draw. The Bulwark is getting oozed into the next dimension, or Vipered, because that's in the list too. For some reason, it all fits. But perhaps the most important part is that simply the quest completion for the Quest Warrior on Chonsu's side means that he has access to unlimited value, with Rakara's Juggernaut generating a new weapon and a new pirate every turn. And in theory, that should be too much for the Charge Warrior to deal with, but Alutemu does have some inevitability with his own combo. Granted, Chonsu can also armor out of the 36 range pretty easily in the matchup, I would say, so it's going to be tough for Alutemu to get there, especially with Chonsu with the insta full keep.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that curve. It's not only playable cards on curve, it's like the good cards on curve as well. He couldn't hope for anything better. The one stumbling block that he makes sure he needs to make sure he doesn't stumble on is Mutinous, of course. If he's not getting down Rakara until turn 7 or turn 8, I guess turn 7 actually, given that he's going second, he does need to be aware of Alutemu's potential for Mutinous to just steal the game, which I think when you're in such a favored matchup, such a favored position as well as Chonsu is in, he will absolutely be playing around as much as possible.
True. Pretty funny though that Alutemu starts with double Outrider's Axe and Chonsu has none of his 4 oozes in hand. We do have the potential for Mutinous to engage in some cannibalism this matchup, funnily enough. It's not as though Alutemu runs that many minions, but for Chonsu, as soon as he eats one of the key combo pieces in either Captain Galvangar or Battlegrounds Battlemaster, the overall burst potential from Alutemu is neutered to the point where it feels like it'll be impossible for Alutemu to get a lethal, because he certainly won't survive the overall value either.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of those matchups as well where Alutemu as the control warrior isn't going to be hitting face every turn with the Outrider's Axe. Even if they're not destroyed by some miracle, by the Vipers or the Oozes, they're going to be hitting minions, which means that Alutemu is probably going to need the full combo to be able to get there, which, like you said, is very, very hard to get in its own right, especially with Mutinous on the other side. And so for Alutemu here, even though he has obviously an access to a full clear, I kind of think it's just Outrider's Axe and pray they don't have the removal. Probably swing into the 2/4 while you're at it, just to start getting some value out of it.
Yeah, it just puts a little bit of damage on the board, maybe gets you a better minefield on the next turn, but he disagrees. He is just going to armor up and go for minefield, which is, I guess, reasonably likely to get rid of the 2/2 and then just put some damage on the Sword Eater, which does set up for Outrider's Axe being able to at least get one draw in the next turn before he expects it to get oozed.
Yeah, and maybe the Shield Slam to do something alongside that if there's no extra attack buffs here. But as we can see, it's going to be all the armor eroded on this turn. Plus the Whetstone Hatchet re-equip available as well. I guess you may as well wait, given there is an Ooze in Alutemu's deck.
A Viper? Yeah.
Viper, sorry. Yes, the other Ooze. The Slither Ooze.
Slithery Ooze. Yeah. Oh, Chonsu praying for one of his 4 oozes. Yeah, the Viper is an ooze. Doesn't care if it's the slithery ooze or the green ooze, but he doesn't find it. How is this possible? He runs 4 oozes.
I mean,
one time he needs it, it's not there.
It is very funny, but it kind of just doesn't even matter, right? You go weapon, captain, Bloodsail Raider, you hit them for, I don't even know how much, plus the cannons as well. Like, it's so much damage, like 12 or something on this turn alone. And then you have Mr. Smite, you have Mutinous, you have so much follow-up, and Juggernaut will not be far behind.
Yeah, it's a ton of removal, especially given that Alutemu has no armor. It's not the easiest thing in the world for Alutemu to clear this, despite him being a control warrior. He does not run Brawl. Rancor is not doing very much on this shape of board, and Bladestorm is also tough to maneuver into a full clear, given that everything is at a different health total at the moment. So it's just been a very weird pan out where Chonsu doesn't have one of his 4 weapon clears and Alutemu doesn't have one of his bajillion board clears either.
Okay, Faceless on this turn does very little. It's just an extra body, which I don't think Alutemu is especially interested in. So we are digging for Buckler plus Shield Shatter here. He gets himself Shield Shatter plus Heavy Plate, which is one off.
By 1 mana.
Playable. Oh, that's so brutal.
And the thing is, if he commits the Heavy Plate now, the Shield Shatter is very unlikely to be active next turn because Chauncey's going to shave all the armor off. So for Alutemu here, it's a question of whether he can afford to tank some of this. Like, we could see a partial clear with the Bladestorm, like swing into the 4/5 and Bladestorm, which gets rid of the 2 minions on the left, but it's still a lot of damage. So at that point, you'd probably rather just swing into the Captain and then Hero Power Shield Slam, the 3/2.
Yeah, I mean, I think your out is you draw and then probably trade the heavy plate, sorry, just to find Buckler, because I think you're kind of just dying too quickly here. He just throws it down.
Though.
Okay.
All right. I was thinking he would not trade the Heavy Plate, but I didn't think he would play it this turn either. Granted, there were a lot of ways he could die, and he definitely would have, because we can see Chonsu has Smite in hand right now. But Chonsu is thinking about whether this is the turn to cash it in. Given that there's good alternatives with just 2 more Pirates, I feel like it's fine to hold on to it. He does, however, if he plays the Harbor Scam, add another Rancor target to the board, which is something to be aware of.
Yeah, I was going to say you never play the Stormwind Freebooter plus the Harbor Scamp because that adds Rakara to your hand with a potential for Mutinous on the other side. But having said that, you might actually be able to just guaranteed kill them next turn, right, with Mr. Smite in hand. And if they chomp Mr. Smite with the Mutinous, then you're just going to play the Rakara quite happily. And so the more I think about it, the more double pirate kind of intrigues me.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of checkmate scenario. Also, given he just has his own Mutinous as the buffer effect, as the worst minion for Alutemu to chomp, you kind of just say, okay, if you have the Mutinous, I have too much pressure on board, I kill you anyway. An interesting spot, but in the end, Chonsu relents a little bit. It's not going to end with Rikara in hand. Has the potential to play her alongside Harbor Scamp next turn if he doesn't just have straight up lethal with Mr. Smite. And we'll see if he does. I'm not seeing a good way to set up Blade Storm even with the Shield Slam, so Alutemu is digging a little bit further for that buckler. Fights to the front.
Oh, it's so clunky, isn't it? These horrible combo pieces. It's got to be Blade Storm, Hero Power, Shield Slam. So expensive before Rikara's even graced the board.
And this type of hand that Alutemu is stuck with is one of the reasons a lot of people have deviated away from the Charge Warrior. We are looking at 4 combo pieces that basically do nothing without Galvangar. Chonsu, without any hesitation, of course, just going for the Rikara, has a very clean setup for lethal on the next turn. And even if Alutemu finds the Frozen Buckler, which he finally does, it's not enough to get through the Rikara.
Buckler Shield Slam gets you
5 damage.
Yeah, no tradable. You have to swing into it, which is okay. You know, it means that he's getting closer to finding his own win condition actually here. If Chonsu ends up going for Mutinous and hits the opposing Mutinous and it's to the front into Galvangar as the next 2 draws, like, there are kind of outs here for Alutemu.
True. Yeah, the Mutinous can also technically hit a Faceless, but it doesn't matter because there is just the Smite lethal here. It's enough damage picked up for Chonsu. Very clean game. A matchup that we expected to go this way, even without one of the 4 oozes making an appearance for Chonsu. Perhaps the build for Alutemu without the Brawl coming back to bite him a little bit, but obviously he wasn't building the lineup for this matchup. It does mean now that we are left only with the Kazakhstan Druid for Chonsu up against this Charge Warrior, which, strangely enough, I feel is much more doable for Alutemu compared to the previous matchup.
I agree. Yeah, this Druid deck, pretty much every Druid deck at the moment actually, feels incredibly fatigable, at least compared to some previous builds of Druid. Like, I don't know, it's changed so much over the years, but you know, this is not a combo deck. This is not Malagos Druid or Togwaggle Druid, even as a very extreme version that can fatigue you for seemingly infinite amounts of damage. Once you hit the Kazakhstan, and once you've been able to chew through the Glowflies, you know, there's not even Cenarian wards in this list to be able to double down on those. The pouches are often used early on for ramp instead of generating big threats, although I will say that I think in this game, Chonsu should be very, very careful with his resizing pouches and save them for big threats later on as much as possible, because especially, as we were saying, with the Locusts gone from the Kazakhstan pool of treasures, it's fatigable. You can get there as the Druid, or at least buy yourself time until the Galvangar combo can come online. And so for Chonsu, I think the name of the game is greed, greed, greed. Off of pouches and nature studies, he should be as greedy as possible, taking the most expensive and valuable cards as he can. And then just hope to overwhelm Alutemu with all those threats in the late game.
Yeah, it is very much doable. Even without the Locusts, there's a lot of treasures that can be helpful here. I'm always thinking of Canopic Jars because those legendaries that you get can lead to some very, very crazy game outcomes, especially if you've also taken Ancient Reflections, for example. You can copy one of those. But even just an Anoya Horn, that's another must-answer board state that doesn't just take a Rancor to deal with, and you're always still threatening Arbor up if you have any cards left in hand from pre-Kazakhstan. But just as you said, any additional value you can get outside of the treasures also goes a long way. So for Chonsu here, ideally trying to get the Wild Heart Guff down before Kazakhstan. He has time to wait in the matchup, to be fair. It's not one of those matchups where if you don't Kazakhstan, you are missing the window to stabilize against your aggressive opponent. Nope. Alutemu will be doing a whole load of nothing in the early game himself.
All right, an interesting starting hand here for Chonsu, where quite clearly the Capture Cold Tooth Mine can guarantee him Kazakhstan in hand at the start of the game. But in your experience, is the Kazakhstan as soon as he possibly can still the game plan here, or do you want to delay it a little while until you've maybe found yourself the pouches, the Glowfly's Guff from your deck before you transform it all into treasures?
It's definitely dependent on the rest of the context of his hand. Like, if he has good things to do prior to playing Kazakhstan, then absolutely you can wait and try and greed more out of your original deck. Aside from the Guff itself, I feel like having Arbor up to fall back on in your hand after you go Kazakhstan is very important as well, so you can actually get lethal and reach from playing an Anoya Horn, for example. But keeping the Cold Tooth Mine, of course, is pretty standard. It's just nice to be able to pull the Kazakhstan and make sure that if at any point you draw Fungal Fortunes, you're never scared of discarding it.
Okay, well, right now, like you said, the Arbor up would be nice. Scale of Elixir is not bad to synergize with Book of the Dead and Canopic Jars in particular, but really he just wants Guff right now. With a Solar Eclipse in hand, as I said, you really want to be able to combo that with the Embers of Ragnaros once you've picked it from Kazakhstan. But I wonder if it's going to be enough to sway Chonsu away from going for Bloom Kazakhstan. Like, maybe he's just thinking, if I go as quick as I possibly can, even though it's a lower overall power level Kazakhstan because he hasn't got Guff yet, it's just too fast for Alutemu to deal with because he won't have found his removal.
Yeah, even at this point in the game, the 8/8 body is something to worry about. That's a boombox, that's an Anoya Horn. This one, not so good, but pure cold, you'll take it. Holy Book, we're thinking about. But if you don't have a target, Baba is much safer. But this is already pick number 4, right? And we haven't seen an Embers or a Canopic Jar. So Alutemu has the potential to outlast all of this. But the thing is, Outrider's Axe just doesn't have targets from this point. That's a Jars. But if he took Baba, then that's an instant Jars. Okay, it's a Jars game, Derek.
I was going to say it's Book of the Dead because you have Solar Book, but I guess he's saying that's not enough armor. He needs more not enough damage to get through the armor and needs some more value, which, you know what? I am 100% on board with. I love me a Canopic Jars game, and I cannot wait to see he's got for us hidden away in those jars.
All right, for Alutemu, he does pick up a way to clear the Kazakhstan without tanking the damage. And as early as now, you always have to ask yourself, can I afford to tank the 8? Even though you have armor, there's a chance that they have Embers. Of course, it won't be playable for a very long time, but in the late game, there's potential that it's played alongside a Solar Eclipse. Alutemu is working with zero knowledge of what the original cards in hand are for Chonsu and zero knowledge of what the treasures are. And that's what makes playing against the Druids so difficult, right? They can go so many different avenues to victory, and finding the average way to outlast that is the mark of a skilled player. So for Alutemu now, feels like his first instinct is just heavy plate and shield slam, but we could also just see the minefield swing to make sure that he can actually cycle through towards more board clear.
That's what he needs, just to find as much removal as he possibly can, because he knows it's going to be coming thick and fast in the next few turns. Pure cold off the top. Okay, I guess you could just throw that down now if you want to get your treasures played. It's not like you have to save it to go with Solar Eclipse, given that you have the second one and a couple of other decent treasures with Solar.
So just going for the Glowfly Swarm here, knowing that it's only a 1 of Rancor for Alutemu, which I'm pretty sure Alutemu is heavily searching for right now. He wants to get the armor while it's available, because the next board from Chonsu is not likely to be Rancorable. It's a big deal, though, that Chonsu has 0 card draw in either the original hand or the treasure options, right? Which means at the maximum, he'll only be putting forward like 1 board at a time. And there's a bit of a whiff in some of those draws. For example, if he is feeling like he's forced to play Glowfly the next turn, and then the draw after that is Canopic Jars, the Jars doesn't do very much on its own. Okay, is this worth a Shield Shatter, is what Alutemu is asking himself.
Just doesn't know what the treasures are. Like Canopic Jars, it becomes a lot scarier to leave it up.
He could isolate one Glowfly if he goes Shield Slam and Minefield. And that leaves a target for you to swing into the next turn. But it also is painful to part with a Shield Slam when they might have taken, say, Clockwork Assistant, and you need single target removal for a tall minion. He goes Shield Shatter, scared of Arbor Up, very understandable. But Chonsu just has board number 2 ready to follow up, and this is the one that can kill Alutemu very, very quickly. On average, the boom bots will deal 2.5 damage, so we're looking at, on average, 17.5 burst.
Right. And realistically for Alutemu, considering how big and scary that number is in terms of the damage he's taken, I think we're looking at a game plan of pray they don't have Arbor Up and just getting there that way, because this at the moment is not that much damage. 6 or 7 a turn is fine. And there aren't that many treasures that can bolster the amount of damage they're dealing with them every turn. Like if they Canopic Jars, you just leave them unkilled still.
It is true. And that would leave Chonsu board locked for quite some time.
Exactly.
And Alutemu knows that Chonsu's down to only 4 natural cards now, 1 treasure in hand. And with those numbers, I feel he's very unlikely to get value from Mutinous this turn, so that's not the play. Going for Rakara is Alutemu's first instinct. Here it looks like kind of just getting that armor through and setting up the weapon if he might need it.
Yeah, it's obviously not great given that we can see the pure cold, which Alutemu would really want Rakara to be able to unfreeze the hero. When you change to a new hero, you're able to swing again immediately. As, Canopic Jars off the top. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, it's good for Chonsu because it's so much value. But Alutemu, look how much health he has. He can kind of just ignore this.
True. Is he going Solar Pure Cold? Okay, and then the jars after.
I think so.
Well, Alutemu can ignore this, but he is dying. It is still the 6 damage for turn plus hero power, and he has replaced his hero power with not gain armor guaranteed. So this is just kind of becoming a stalemate between the boombots naturally going face and Alutemu finding his combo.
Which is not a million miles off. He's got, I guess,
only
still kind of our one
to the front.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so if he gets himself Galvan Guard, that's then 19 damage, which is a little bit far off for now, especially given that he's likely to be frozen again in the next few turns. However, he does have a decent amount of card draw, right? He can draw the other.
Oh, wait.
Wow. I was going to say he can draw the other Outrider's Axe and then Cutting Class, but like you say, he's just deciding to clear these minions off. He's going to tank a huge amount of damage here, potentially.
3.
Oh.
4. Oh gosh, Cornelius! Hello? If Alutemu doesn't clear that now, Chonsu's just drawing 2 more cards. How does he gain armor? How does he shield slam it?
Okay, so he has Buckler. He can go Buckler,
yeah, okay.
Shield Shatter.
And be alive, technically?
Yeah. Depending on the legendary minion that comes from the Boombot.
You leave up Crush, and whatever's in the Boombot, you take damage from the Boombot. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's big.
Jace? That's a lot of attack. Bulwark, a necessity for Alutemu here. He just does not feel safe, and we cannot blame him. But that's a Cardcap Prime insta-drawn.
Okay.
And for Chonsu, he's just seen double Shield Shatter already, right? The scale has a reasonable chance of sticking around. There's still Rancor, to be fair. So, sure, Kargath Prime is just way stronger in a non-brawl deck.
Yeah.
But Alutemu inching closer and closer towards Doom.
9 armor here, which means he can clear off... Oh, sorry, only 4, of course. The buckler eroding away 5 of that, which means his shield slam is looking a lot less impressive. However, Faceless Kargath is now available. Double Faceless Kargath if he wants with the to the front, right? I don't know how much combo he's willing to use, but he could then go double Faceless and then shield slam the Kargath at the end, leaving himself with 2 10-attack minions on the board.
I am down for it. Alutemu knows already
let's
the
go.
vast majority of the treasures, right? He knows boom bots, he knows pure cold, and he knows canopic jars, all of which are not particularly good at dealing with Kargath Prime. And I don't think Chonsu in any world would take staff or wand in this position. This is just such a combination. Derek, this is a jars game.
See it. This is an Alutemu game as well.
Chonsu's
Shield slam at the end.
Going wide. He knows. He has possibly made a huge blunder by playing the Kargath. I honestly didn't even notice it until the Faceless was drawn. It's a disaster.
Oh, no. Okay, so scale can clear, right? That's fine. You use 3 and then 4. It's exactly enough to clear the board.
Yes, and you can swing face.
Uh-huh.
And Alutemu is out of a combo. So now are we entering fatigue territory? Is that what's happening here?
We're entering fatigue, but we're also just entering 9-9 going face, potentially winning the game. Like, if Alutemu can find Galvangar here, it's potentially enough to just get there.
Okay. Chonsu preserving his 2-1 and taking a bit of damage kind of makes sense, right? Because he's seen the Facelesses already. Alutemu, so much more health to work with. Those Kargaths are insane. He's so comfortable now, face tanking damage. But Chonsu still has the potential to draw boombots into jars again. Second copy of all of those are still in the deck. What else did he take?
Bubba, right? I think at one point.
I think so. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Anoya Horn. Anoya Horn is the big one.
Oh, Anoya Horn's huge. Yeah.
Alutemu is just out of board clear. Yeah, there's Blade Storm, but that's not guaranteed.
Oh, look at that.
That's a horn.
Yeah, insta honk honk.
Oh man, 1 Psychotron, but 4 Anoya modules. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That is Barov Blade Storm, still clearable. But that's Alutemu's last real board clear. I guess the Rancor still can do something against the Boombots board specifically, but not against the second Anoya Horn board.
You can go Barov, Hero Power your Barov. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any way you can get there without Blade Storm, but I don't think there is there?
You can clear 2 minions by pre-trading the Viper and swinging after the Barov and Hero Power your own play. But the question is that worth it? It's really tough because, okay, Alutemu knows 4 out of 5 treasures now, is it? He's seen Boombots, Anoya Horn, Pure Cold, and Canopic Jars.
Yeah, it's just what we think is Bubba left over.
Yeah. And if Alutemu clears the board this turn and hopes that the next draw is jars and like a treasure that is not a board development, then maybe he can stick Galvangar after it goes face next turn. So he is going for the board clear now in a way that he does get the honorable kill as well. Okay, but that is the board development.
I guess you'll find
every AoE except Rancor now, right?
Right, yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
It's okay. I was just saying you're okay to play this, right? Because you have a couple of other things to go with Canopic Jars. It obviously means that if this is cleared and you draw Canopic, you're going to have a dead turn, but I think that's still fine. Chonsu can set his mind to slightly more late game places.
Yeah, okay. So both you and I and Alutemu have full knowledge of all the treasures now. And he throws it down because there's no Mutinous target and not enough ways to clear the board. So in the end, despite what was nearly a disastrous Kargath Prime for not the player you would think, Chonsu manages to take the victory. What a game, Derek.
What a game of Hearthstone. A very cool play. And, you know, it's always kind of sad when you see a cool play not get rewarded with a win. But Alutemu can still hold his head high. He walks into week 3 with 3 points to his name. Not what you'd expect from a player of Alutemu's caliber, for sure, but a salvageable amount, not necessarily dependent on win or bust. He could potentially get there with, I don't know, another semi-final and just scrape through. Maybe a final is a bit more realistic to be able to get there. We'll have to wait and see. But for Chonsu, it's an entirely different story, as both our finalists now, I believe, in Mighty and Chonsu, have gone with the more standard of the buckets here, with Druid, Warrior, and Hunter comprising exactly half of the field here in Asia Pacific, and ending up comprising 100% of the finals here, clearly showing that there's something going on here, right? The most obvious is the most obvious for a reason. Druid, Warrior, and Hunter are just a pretty strong selection of classes right now. And basically, it's a battle here in the end between Ramp Druid and Drekthar versus Kazakhstan Druid and Beaststalker Tavish / Polkelt Hunter.
No, not Tavish, Polkelt.
Okay, Polkelt Hunter, yeah, the real standout that won Chonsu the game in that series.
I mean, 100% drawn win rate. You said it, Derek. And I'm so looking forward to this final, because even though we do have the same archetypes 2 out of 3 and the same buckets, there are stark differences that you laid out. And between our 2 players as well, I think they've had very stark differences in their history of Grandmasters. Chonsu has been here for a very long time as well, whereas Mighty is a newcomer. And in terms of their play, like, Chonsu mechanically has done everything right, but he maybe had one macro mistake in that last game of playing the Kargath. If we want to be strict about it, he did still take the win, but he himself had his eyes wide and right. He did not see that one coming. Whereas Mighty, overall, long-term game plan, it's always made sense, but there was just that one little micro error of taking too much damage where he could have just pinged. Hopefully, both of them are going to be playing at their peak for this finals, because this is the last series we're going to see for Trio in APAC.
That's right, the final match of the week for Asia Pacific, the final chance to see Trio in action, and potentially the chance to see Mighty's first weekly victory here, the first victory for him in a major Hearthstone tournament, I guess, if you want to count a week of Grandmasters as such, before hopefully many more for him, as I think he's been playing some very strong Hearthstone throughout. So when we come back from this break, Mighty versus Chonsu for the final match of week 2.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Mull It Over, a show where we break down mulligans and early game plays. Instead of a specific deck, this time around we'll dive into various spots from the top 8 of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. First, we have Dead Draw on Burn Shaman versus Unknown on Face Hunter. By this point, it's already common knowledge that Lightning Bloom into early Wildpaw Cavern is one of the most powerful things Burn Shaman can do in any matchup. Playing Caverns turn 4 without the Bloom might feel a bit late versus Hunter, but Dead Draw still keeps it alongside removal to buy time. Landslide is excellent to deal with minions like Intrepid Initiate and Vulpertinger from Face Hunter, and is one of the most efficient ways to get through a pesky Divine Shield from Guardian Og Merchant. Meanwhile, Lightning Bolt can both activate the Landslide and help remove buffed minions. The key was on turn 4, when Dead Draw had the choice between Novice Zapper plus Landslide to fully clear, or tank a bit of damage to set up the Wildpaw Cavern. With the time he bought with the Lightning Bolt, removing an Initiate on turn 2, he has enough health to get his own board online and eventually win the race for lethal. Now taking a look at Dead 17 versus JP Mixter, you wouldn't expect someone to toss Overgrowth when they're playing Kazakhstan Druid, but for specifically this token build facing Weapon Rogue, Deads realizes he most likely won't have the time to go for the usual ramp game plan. Instead, he wants to get aggressive with a full board Glowfly Swarm as soon as possible, given that Weapon Rogue has no mass removal. Coining out Overgrowth on turn 3 would still technically allow you to play Glowfly on turn 4, however, it's 2 spells expended from the hand, which probably means you don't get all of the Glowflies. Even with the possibility of clean mana expenditure with turn 1 coin draw spell into another draw spell on turn 2, he saves the coin to make sure the Glowfly can come out on turn 4. With the Guess the Wait on turn 2 pulling 2 draws, Deads is able to get the full 7 tokens even with a non-spell card drawn beforehand, putting him in a very strong position versus the Rogue. Moving on to Miracle Priest, Lovestorm shows us the ABCs by keeping Palm Reading and Nazmani Bloodweaver, both auto-keeps regardless of matchup and whether or not you have the coin. Against Youth's Fell Demon Hunter, the version without the quest, Lovestorm is under threat of neither early minion pressure nor hand disruption from Glide, so he's at liberty to greed as many discounts from Palm Reading as he likes, then build a huge board with Nazmani. There are matchups where the Priest has to get going a lot quicker though, like versus Kazakusan Druid, which given enough time can easily wipe your board regardless of stats, with Wand of Disintegration, Vampiric Fangs, or Krusty the Crustacean. So Judgment, with the coin, goes for the more unusual keep of Gift of Luminance to complement the Nazmani he already has. In this case, it makes perfect sense to coin out Nazmani on 2. Unless Lovestorm has a specific combination of 2 cards in hand, such as Lunar Eclipse or Lightning Bloom, plus Feral Rage or Moon-Touched Amulet, the Nazmani cannot be removed. As expected, the Nazmani sticks around for Judgment to immediately protect and copy it with Gift of Luminance, setting up for big discount potential, especially if he draws the many cheap spells in his deck. Finally, let's take a look at some of the Owl Warlock games from our top 8. The most common keeps for this deck regardless of matchup are Ruined Mithril Rod and Tour Guide, and in the case of Tour Guide, it's most often played on turn 1 for an immediate life tap, followed up by another tap on turn 2. However, we see Dead Draw on 2 separate instances skip a possible turn 1 Tour Guide. The first was versus Unknown's Shadow Priest, where because Unknown had played a Frazzled Freshman that could easily challenge the Tour Guide, Dead Draw keeps it in hand as a guaranteed target for Grimoire of Sacrifice later on. If Unknown's turn 1 play had been Peasant, however, Tour Guide turn 1 to challenge it would have made a lot more sense. Dead Draw's patience pays off on turn 3, where the Tour Guide plus Mortal Coil and Grimoire allows him to clear most of Unknown's pressure, while still maintaining the coin in hand. I asked Dead Draw himself and he told me this was actually a close call, with just coining out Hysteria this turn on the 2-5, which most likely would have kept the Cult Neophyte alive and out of the Raise Dead pool. Fortunately for him, there was no Raise Dead, allowing him to get a very clean removal turn and finally use the coin to cement his control of the board. Now, the second time Dead Draw kept Tour Guide unplayed on turn 1 was versus Judgment on the quest Fell Demon Hunter, a very complex matchup due to the Warlock's constant fear of Glide. When you play Tour Guide on turn 1, you're pretty much committed to tapping right away, so you can spend your mana on tap again on turn 2. And Dead Draw explained that he would rather keep the 0 mana tap from Tour Guide banked for a post-Glide situation. With this line, he was likely planning to tap and then play Tour Guide on turn 3, but with the draw of School Spirits, he prioritizes removing that card from his hand, as he would rather draw Tour Guide back in case the Glide was coming. By turn 4, he finally finds Ruined Mithril Rod, and with his turn 5 set in stone, he finally plays Tour Guide and Touch of the Nathrism while a target is guaranteed. The 0 mana tap being saved for the Rod can help speed up the discount procs if necessary. Youth on his Owl Warlock also shows the power of keeping Dreadlich Tamsin, the perfect follow-up to Ruined Mithril Rod on turn 5 as long as you have the hand space. Even against the non-Glowfly version of Kazakusan Druid, the Tamsin hero card has clear potential against Scale of Onyxia and Locusts, just as Youth demonstrates for a very clean turn 6. And that's all for this episode. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you after the next Masters Tour.
Welcome one and all to the grand finals of week 2 here for Asia Pacific in Hearthstone Grandmasters. We've already had a slog of a semi-finals to get through here, both of them going all the way to game 5, but incredibly exciting and well played Hearthstone, I believe, throughout, which leads us to our finals, G, of Mighty versus Chonsu. Both players with this warrior, hunter, druid trifecta that was split right down the middle as to whether or not players went for it, even though there were 5 options available. And with that said and done, there are some subtle differences, as we were talking about before the break. And do you believe that either player's deviation from the norm brings them into the lead here?
I would guess that Chonsu would be in the lead simply because I believe overall in the power level of Kazakhstan Druid being higher than Ramp Druid at the moment. Ramp, of course, does have a bit more consistency in certain matchups, for example, in slower warrior matchups. But because neither player has any truly controlling deck there, I feel that the Kazakhstan getting online as soon as possible probably lends a bit of an edge to Chonsu. But as far as his other lists go, because it's not only the archetype of Druid that's different, it's also the tech inclusions in the Hunter and the Warrior, and of course the way that the Q order might pan out could favor either player a bit more. And especially since we are starting off with Mighty on the Quest Warrior versus... Oh, sorry, I looked at the observer sheet wrong, because it says here Chonsu's on the Warrior, but we are showing the Hunter.
Something's been messed up here. We'll get this confirmed, because I think it might be Mighty on the Hunter rather than Chonsu on the Hunter, but we'll get that straightened out for sure. But either way, you know, there could be a Quest Hunter versus a Quest Warrior on either side, and it's a matchup that I think I've come around more so to your school of thought that the Hunter should probably be pulling into the lead, because I was a little bit I wasn't giving enough credit to the Hunter in terms of how much removal it can truly level, because when you factor in not only all those removal spells, the power of Dragonbane Shot to come back over and over again, it's just that hero power. It doesn't even have to get to level 2 when it costs 0. Even if you can just point it at level 1, a 2 mana deal 2 damage hero power is so strong and should be enough to fight back against any board that the Warrior is playing, as it looks like it's going to be Chonsu versus Chonsu here in game 1 with the Quest Warrior versus the Quest Hunter. Mighty, you're not even needed. I can't get your name right, and you're not needed to play, so don't worry about it, mate.
He's just decided to leave the building since you can't get his name right. It's all your fault, Derek. Yeah, it looks like we are having the first true mirror match of Hearthstone in same player versus himself. But I do think what's actually happening is just that it's Mighty on the Quest Hunter and Chonsu is on the Quest Warrior, where just like we laid out, I do think that Mighty should be slightly in the lead here, especially given that Chonsu does not run Cult Neophyte. That one's a pretty big one to disrupt Mighty. The Oozes do still have a target in the Rinling's Rifle, but outside of that, they are just vanilla minions.
That's right, which are... Yeah, you know, again, I feel like a density of minions is not necessarily bad, because, as we've said, we know the Hunter wants to see minions in order to play its removal spells on them. But you can't not play minions as the Quest Warrior, so it's better to like double down on all in than to just play a few minions and have maybe 1 or 2 Shiver Their Timbers or a Barov or whatever it else is, man the cannons, some of these tech cards that sometimes get in there. You want to have 100% mana expenditure on minions every single turn, and maybe if the Hunter gets a bad draw where they are finding some of the top end of the cards of their deck, or maybe, I don't know, double Furious Howl, something like that. These kind of hands that can't remove minions, then just playing stats every single turn might be a tidal wave that overwhelms the defenses of the Hunter.
Now for Mighty, the question remains as to whether he wants to just keep a very solid removal-based hand, like all of these are premium spells to deal with early game from the Quest Warrior, or if he wants to go for something a bit more ambitious, like finding Drekthar, which is the version he's running, different to Chonsu, and one of the ways to really lock out the Warrior from the game, getting too much minion presence all at the same time. Similar to what you were saying of just having a critical mass of minions, because if you're going to play any, you want to play enough minions that the Hunter can't clear everything at the same time. Well, you ooze.
Wow, really?
You don't
Okay.
ooze.
I guess trying to get quest completion for turn 4, but the weird thing is you're drawing a 0 mana weapon on the turn when you're going to have a Fiery War Axe from the Sword Eater anyway, so it's a little bit of a weird curve, all things considered for Chonsu. Hopefully for his sake good enough to just start turboing out those cannons and get the damage in that way.
Right. It does leave it so that he can get the weapon on turn 4, although it's not very relevant because he'll have the Fiery War Axe from the Sword Eater to begin with. But yeah, the double ooze hand right now for Chonsu, not looking great because he just wants the turbo quest, right? Ideally, if he can get Rakara before Mighty gets Tavish, that's one of the ways that he can pull into the lead here. But it's not looking like we're in that trajectory. Mighty's quest simply a lot cheaper to finish. Needs less activations on every stage, and the average cost of the minions / spells to activate is a lot lower for the hunter.
Well, not a bad hand, all things considered. Chonsu would love to start finding some more pirates, more so than these non-pirate minions, but just trading away the Rustrot Viper, I think is a fine way to progress his own pirate-based game plan. Mighty, though, is just having the absolute time of his life on the other side. Plenty of spells to be used to start chewing through this quest. I guess just Overwhelmed, Quick Shot Face, and then Hero Power, or okay, double Overwhelm and then Hero Power Face works just fine too.
I was honestly wondering if he would Hero Power the rest of the Sword Eater. I know you can get it to cost 0 on the very same turn, but you would maintain one more removal spell in hand. But it feels like Mighty is valuing that quite lower compared to just getting Tavish online sooner and relying on the Thalnos card draw to make sure he has enough resources in the near future. But with a hand like this for Chonsu, this could be the window to try and capitalize.
Tough final choice, though, for Mighty. If he plays the Arcane Shot, he has a couple of draws that allow him to play Tavish next turn, being Wound Prey, of course, primarily, but also I believe the second Arcane Shot that would still just about allow him to do it. He does hold back, though, which I think I like. I would rather not take the risk and just guarantee myself the ability to kill every minion as it comes down. That's much more important than getting like a, I don't know, 10% chance or something to be able to get the quest done next one turn earlier.
Right.
Oh, well.
Oh, but as it
there
happens, arbitrary 10% you talked about happened for Mighty, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's not a disaster, right? What he can go for is actually getting a draw off of Quick Shot this turn. Not something that happens too often, but I feel this is the last window he has to do it because he will also get Thalnos to fill up his hand a little bit more after this turn. Oh man, it's super close because you can make the argument that, oh, if you use the coin, that's also just kind of wasting value because the coin represents damage once you have Tavish active. But is it that much better than having another card from your deck? It's super close. I think Mighty's also deep in the tank as to how to go about it.
I don't think you actually can get the Quick Shot value, though, right? Because you're going to get Tavish in
Oh, true.
hand.
Only one more spell needed, you're right. Well, given that, Mighty is just going to go for ending the turn with Tavish in hand. Mutinous not playable yet for Chonsu, even if he had drawn it, so it's completely fine. And he still maintains the coin to play with Quick Shot and the refreshes next turn.
And I know we've talked a lot about Tempo Smite. Is it good? Is it not good? When do you go for it? Here, leading into a Tavish turn, oh, it's got to be the play, right? There are so many hands they can have alongside Tavish that don't clear off the Mr. Smite, and then that just fully delays them from playing Tavish for a turn, because I don't think they can ever afford to leave Mr. Smite in play.
Right, but for Mighty here, it works out perfectly because he is able to use the hero power and the quick shot to get rid of the smite, and with a 7/7 on board and pull very far into the lead here. Chonsu with a double ooze hand just doesn't have enough of the critical mass of pirates to get to his Rakara, and the more immediate problem is just the 7/7 staring him down that he doesn't have Shiver Their Timbers to possibly answer.
That's right, no Timbers, no Barov, no way to deal with this very, very large minion, which means that it's going to be relying on cannons to go face, I guess. I don't even know where you want this to land because you're not going to be able to clear it. Rakara's still not playable until next turn. You've already played Mr. Smite. Everything that can go wrong seems to be going wrong for Chonsu, as this particular build of the deck is just staring him in the face as to why it's not so good for a lot of the matchups we've seen, actually. This double Viper, double Ooze build, again, is kind of letting him down.
This is just lethal, right? Because we can have 6... Oh, yeah, it's still doable. Yeah, you can refresh the hero power 2 times, so 6 total damage, plus the 7 from Tavish, plus the 5 from Han.
Yes, it's quite handsomely lethal here, I think, as Mighty is finding out. Yeah, there we go.
Always worries me when players go for like the Viper first, but you know, maybe they have just counted it up and they're like, in case I missed it, then I would have wanted to empty my hand anyway to go quick shot. I don't know. In one way or another, Mighty gets a very fast first victory with his Quest Hunter. I want to say this adds to the growing stack of evidence that it's slightly Hunter favored, but then again, Chonsu's running a very different warrior list to what we expect. Like, it's probably a lot more fair if we took the sample size, including the double Neophyte list, as compared to Oozes. I feel that would be a lot more helpful versus the Hunter.
Well, with that out of the way for Chonsu, I think it's a nice win, of course, but it's... oh, sorry, for Mighty, sorry, without getting the win. It's a nice win. However, it's not necessarily the most surprising. I think that the Quest Hunter was likely to get a win at some point, especially here against the Warrior. If you can match those two up together, it's a really nice way to get that in without having to do the Mirror or the Druid. But the Warrior taking the loss, it's kind of just to be expected. It's struggling so much against Quest Hunter, and I think it's going to have to hope to get it in the Mirror or potentially against Druid, especially against Mighty's Druid here, the Ramp Druid, as we can see, which feels that little bit more vulnerable to what Warrior is trying to propagate in those early turns. Owl can help, Mulveric maybe can help if you get a very, very specific board setup from your opponent. But for the most part, there's no Glowfly, there's no early Kazakhstan that you're really hoping for. And as a result of that, you just get run over a decent amount of the time.
Yeah, perhaps the key exclusion compared to Kazakhstan Druid when facing aggro matchups is actually just Scale of Onyxia. I've been wrecked by that card too many times. Just the fact that you can bloom it out super early and get full board clear on top of them probably sticking a couple whelps. It's just so hard to come back against that as aggro, but Mighty does not have access to it. However, Chonsu is switching over to the Quest Hunter of his own, which is a matchup that we haven't really had the opportunity to cast very often. I think only just one other time this weekend in APAC. And I believe the Druid's pretty firmly in the lead here because Hunter doesn't have efficient targets for their spells in the early game. Like, yes, they can point everything face, but the Druid can quite easily recoup all of that damage with Cenarion Ward later on.
Well, we shall have to see as Chonsu is lining up his own Hunter, first of all, a matchup that I think is going to be struggling quite a lot here, as we've talked plenty about the different builds of Drekthar, right? If you go with the build that we saw, why am I forgetting his name? King Muckler. Bank Yugi, apologies. Yeah, I don't know why I just completely brain slipped there. Bank Yugi brought the King Muckler build as well. We see Mighty here with the version with Professor Slate. Chonsu, however, has no Drekthar whatsoever, so his own early board-based approach is massively lowered in terms of its power level, and so he's going to be relying on turbo quest completion into... I don't know. I don't even know if Tavish as the hero card is a good way to go about it, right? Because it feels too slow, even if you are getting multiple beasts every turn.
Yeah, it's definitely dependent on the pan out, I would say, whether or not he can realistically go for a Beast Stalker Tavish game plan. But he does hit at least some of the early minions here. It's definitely not as potent as a Drekthar would be, but his overall resource gain is very much high here. Mighty has the capability of blooming again to press the button if he likes, but just going Nature Studies here is probably fine. Next turn, he has 6 mana and is overloaded for 2. and
Yeah.
would be able to pouch for something, I guess, in that instance. But if you bloom now and hero power again, you're still going to end up with nothing much to do on the next turn.
Right, which is kind of why I'm wondering if it's pouch, just because if you get yourself a bloom or a vate, if you get bloom, you could go hero power bloom Cenarian, or if you don't, you could go vate bloom Cenarian. But all in all, I think that's a little bit too all in at the start of the game, where you could use it to get a little bit more value later on. And so I really like that he's just kind of chilling out for the moment a bit, rather than going too quickly in on the pouch and trying to get ward down as quick as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, it's that type of window where ward for an 8-drop can actually be detrimental to Mighty. It can give Chonsu a target with 3 mana available and the coin to use multiple spells on, and kind of negates the point of trying to build a board for Mighty. It's still that principle that when you're facing Quest Hunter, once you start hitting the board, you want to have enough threats that they're not actually able to clear all of it at once. Mighty planning out the next couple turns. He'll go into 7 mana next turn and is not quite able to bloom Solar Cenarian yet. But it's fine.
So somehow, despite the all the talk we've had about Chonsu not being able to get enough board presence in the early game without Drekthar, he's kind of getting there with just a bunch of minions played on curve here in surprising fashion. And even though Mighty has good plays on this turn available, it's still a little awkward, right? He can't get Solar Cenarian plus the Strongman all down on the same turn.
Yeah, and because of that, I think he can wait a little bit. I was going to say maybe you see what's in the guess the wait, but he feels he's under a bit too much pressure here, just going for individual Cenarian ward. And based on that expression, oh my gosh, it's a Dreadfang, but he has no further nature spells here. Honestly, with that expression, I thought he got his 3rd Sheldress Moon Tree of the day, but it was not.
I thought it was
better than that.
Yeah, I thought it was Brasswing. I thought that was a Brasswing worthy expression there, but not quite that good.
Okay. Now, can Chonsu deal with all of this? Tough without a Professor Slate, but he does have spell damage and already a beast reloaded on board, so the Overwhelm is doing quite a lot here. He can get an additional beast with another Wound Prey, so the Overwhelm probably gets there versus the Dreadfang.
Yeah, that would be dealing 4-5 then at that point, so Wound Prey deals 2. The Overwhelm deals 5 to the Dreadfang. You could use Aim Shot to deal the remaining 4 to the Strongman, and then just go like 2/2 plus Barrack Kodobane into the Dreadfang.
Probably hero power
terrible.
at some point.
Oh yeah, 0 mana hero power slotted in. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. And it deals 4 here because of the aim shot. So actually, Chonsu gets to send all of his minions face here, except for the one that only has rush. It is actually perfect. Nicely spotted by Chonsu here. And truly, the power of this Hunter deck is that you run so many different cheap spells that hit so many different breakpoints that there are very few boards that you're not able to clear efficiently, as long as you can do like a lot of little addition, which I admittedly struggle with.
Same, quite clearly. As now, again, it's kind of a rough board for Mighty. I imagine we're going to be seeing him just carrying on ramping as much as possible, because he wants to be able to go, obviously, Yasharge at some point with the Strongman, but even just getting Pouch online for 10 mana is really, really valuable to me at this point in the game, because he can get down Onyxia as the main one, maybe a Yogg-Saron, or just another Yasharage as well.
A bit rough that he hasn't found a window to corrupt the Moon-Touched Amulet, I don't think, which means that when he plays Yasharage, it does get corrupted, but it won't go into the Yasharage pool. 10-10 plus 6-6, probably still enough to get there, but Chonsu is now in sort of Tavish range, where even if Mighty gets a hold of the board, Chonsu can win based off of value. He just has way more cards in hand, a Furious Howl and the Dragonbane shots ready to go, even though Mighty has had access to Guff very early. It's such an interesting panel to the matchup that I honestly didn't expect. But we see Chonsu here deviating a little bit from just Turbo Tavish quest. He wants to double down on the board control that he's had so far, and the Open the Cages does help that game plan pretty nicely. Pole count, anybody?
Oh, that is tempting, isn't it?
Oh.
I guess a little too slow. Like, he needs to know that at some point soon, Mighty is going to start doing something powerful. You don't know exactly what it is, but it's a ramp druid, right? It's got the ramp, and now it just needs to play out the point it's been ramping to.
Viper hitting, sorry, not Viper, Scorpid hitting the board at this point is actually super clutch for Chonsu, right? Because if Mighty just wants to go Yashiraj, there's a pre-built answer for it. Solar Cenarion, if that gets a rush minion with Divine Shield, there's some answers to the Scorpid that don't involve actually killing off the 8-drop itself, but we shall see. Another Grom, and that's a Brasswing! Yo, Grom into the Barracuda Vein. Although you do leave a Scorpid, but pretty good still, right?
I mean, it's very good. I think I agree. I would rather just leave a 1/3 Scorpid on board and say, do what you will with that.
Healing's pretty nice, even though the way that Chonsu has approached this game, it's clear that he's not about trying to burst Mighty down, right? He wants to milk some value, and that now creates an avenue to refresh a hero power full of animal companions in the near future.
Right, so you could go hero power, Beast Stalker, hero power, plus just an overwhelm, I guess, if you wanted to. However, he's more focused, I would imagine, on getting down the other Tavish here, which is understandable.
Something I forgot to comment on Mighty trading his Grom into the Scorpid, probably just highly valuing the Brasswing, right? He wanted that to stick around for board control on the vast majority of Chonsu's minions, other One Maker, that type of thing. But it did not pan out. However, this Onyxia is enormous.
Yeah, really starting to turn up the pressure now on Chonsu. His ability to deal with all these whelps is kind of low. You have Beast Stalker Tavish to go for improved explosive trap to deal with all of them. But other than that, I guess you're just relying on spamming the hero power into minions, which feels awful.
But he's replacing his hero power now.
Okay,
summoning animal companions is interesting. Doesn't get the option for explosive trap though, which is a disaster. These are all a disaster. I guess.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, probably. Okay, there's the explosive. Here we go. Upper face. Bum bum bum. I mean, for Mighty here, the explosive isn't a very big deal, right? First he's testing for Ice Trap, gets the news that it's not there. He can let the explosive go off, honestly. Just push the 8. And then build a board with the Yashiraj. Maybe he feels like he'd rather have the Moon touched in there, but I kind of felt like Onyxia plus 10-10 plus 6-6 was a lot.
Very difficult for Chonsu to deal with, especially with this new hero power that's a lot harder to get that repeat removal ability with.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the hero power is just worse in this situation.
Same.
Like the pain to deal, even though it was extremely expensive to deal with all the whelps, it did leave him an avenue of like milking value from all his spells, where right now value in the form of animal companions just feels a little bit too slow.
Mutinous going to be left hungry today, unfortunately, but it's still okay. It's a 4-4 on board. It's another thing that needs to be answered by Chonsu.
Trying to snipe Polkelt, I guess.
Yeah.
Hero power costing this much is an annoyance.
Rindlings? Okay.
I honestly don't know what's going on. I have to be honest. I need to restart my brain a little bit. Okay. First port of call for Chonsu is removing the Onyxia.
Yeah.
Or not. Maybe he is just going to isolate it because he has a taunt. Okay. He has 2 taunts. Okay. Mighty's Yasharaj currently gets him one Moon Touched and one Strongman still, I think. Oh, another Onyxia for Mighty. That's crazy.
Another 2 Onyxias, one this turn, one the next. Yasharaj to follow up afterwards. I mean, you can summon 3, 4 Beast Companions, however many you want a turn. Surely it can't stand up against the might of 3 Onyxias.
Yeah, no, that's not getting there. No Professor Slate, right? So what's the line?
Whoa. Okay,
all
so
Huffer. This is kind of doable, maybe.
yeah, I mean, also killing this Whelp here does mean that both these Onyxias are kind of clearable. At least one of them on this turn, right?
Yes.
With Bowler Shot, Overwhelm is going to deal a lot of damage here. I think you can get up to 6.
The problem is that if you don't clear both Onyxias, the other one's guaranteed to have immune again, because you know Onyxia number 3 or 4 at this point is coming on this turn.
Which is bad, yes, I agree, but you're doing what you can about the problem right now. And with Huffer as well, okay, that is both of them answered here. And so then next turn, Raid Boss Onyxia can be used to clear the board again. You're going to be doing it. But based on what we've seen so far, it might just be answerable again.
This is crazy. I mean, obviously you and I were not expecting Chonsu's line to work out, but he clearly knows what he's doing, right? With the hero power value, has been able to outlast 3 Onyxias so far, very likely a 4th. It's just a matter of whether Mighty can put together enough value, because Chonsu's number of maximum animal companions is, of course, still dependent on how many spells Chonsu can play in a turn. And he has played so many 1-cost spells at this point. The 2 costs are still usable, but much more difficult to get a full board clear with.
Much more expensive. And also, like, Huffers are efficient in killing Onyxia and Strongman. They're very inefficient in taking down Whelps, which makes this situation a lot harder to try and work through. And so now you have Piercing Shot the 6/6, sure, Hero Power again, but maybe it's not even Piercing Shot. You just have to go like Dragonbane Shot the 6/6 and then Huffer in, because these Huffers are just so bad going into the Whelps.
Yeah, I mean, there was no chance that the Huffer could end up attacking Onyxia this turn, right? Because there was always going to be some Whelps left. So the Piercing, honestly, was just inefficient here. I guess it dealt 6 where Huffer was only dealing 5 maximum. Chonsu's just trying to remove as many minions on board as possible. But surely now, Mighty, after banging down the gates with 4 Onyxias, can finally close out the game with a Yasharaj board. Surely Chonsu's out of removal by that point.
Oh, I mean, I've got to be honest. I feel like Mighty was trying to remember how many Moon-touched amulets he's played, the same as me. I think it's 1, so I think this isn't lethal with Arbor up plus Yasharaj. And of course, there's no mana for Solar Arbor plus Yasharaj. So he's just going to have to set up lethal here, which I think is fine to do with Yasharaj, because you get the biggest board down and also get the Solar plus Moon-touch next turn if you want it to get guaranteed lethal.
Yep, and just on top of that, this board is not going anywhere. The double Strongman, simply too much to get through, and Chonsu is going to throw it down there. Man, I just did not expect this pan out of a late game, because I kind of thought that if Chonsu was going to go for a Tavish game plan, it would be preferably before he completes like the full quest. But I mean, when it was presented to him as an option, it didn't look particularly efficient. Although, if Mighty had hit 1 less Onyxia, it certainly did have a window to work, right?
Right. And it makes you reevaluate the matchup pretty heavily, because at the time, I think you and I were both very... Well, first of all, we were thinking, wait a second, does the hero power cost 0 after you play Tavish? Because Chauncey played it so quickly and so convincingly, and they were like, no, okay, 2 mana hero powers every turn. I still kind of have the sneaking suspicion that he was supposed to just hold on to the regular hero power and hope to get there with just pinging off the whelps, getting damage face while you can, and just face tanking the Onyxias for 1 or 2 turns. Maybe that's naive. Chonsu's tested the matchup more than me, I'm sure, and he thought this was his best chance, because against 1 more Onyxia, as you said, maybe this plan works out on average.
Yeah, I think it looked very doable for Chonsu, especially with all the resources he had stacked from the Barak Kodo Bane. But the fact that Mighty hit double Onyxia from Moonlit Guidance, it was just too much. He will be queuing up his very last deck now in the Quest Warrior Mighty on match point to win the entire week and also put himself in the lead in the points race, which is, you know, not only important to make playoffs, I think he's already guaranteed playoffs at this point. It's so crucial to secure him that 1st or 2nd place seed that would give you the free win going into week 4. Just such a big difference that can make. But Chonsu is just going to start off with the mirror here, probably the most contentious matchup he has left to him, and the keep on the Sword Eater. I feel I'd be much more willing to see if he was on coin, but it can't be denied that it is still very, very powerful on turn 4.
Well, a good start for both players here, I would say. Mighty's got himself 1 coin, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 2, 3 at least, sorry, at the moment, and then worry about that afterwards as Quest. Completion on 3, plus the weapon playable on 3. It's just a gorgeous start to the game.
Yes, it is. Chonsu, in the meantime, doesn't quite hit an ideal 3-drop, but if he gets, say, Stormwind Freebooter, that would make this curve perfect, because then he plays that on 3, and then Sword Eater, and then you have the active Fog Sails when you have the Fiery War Axe equipped. Doesn't hit it, but of course still settles on quest progression, because that is the most important thing. Being the first person to play Rakara, quest reward is just such a huge deal here because of all the pressure it represents. Mighty with the option of South Sea Captain is obviously not ideal because it doesn't allow him to take value trades, but he did have the deckhand stored up, so he'll still be able to use the hatchet and get rid of the 2-1.
Oh, it was a really close choice here, because I know that you're essentially wasting the damage by going for Stormwind Freebooter, because you have a guaranteed clear anyway. But it's so much worse against Sword Eater. If he'd gone for Stormwind Freebooter, clear the board, the weapon is doing so much less here in terms of actually being able to clear things off, whereas now Mighty gets his board completely cleared, 2-5 in play on the other side, and he's significantly further behind with his own Stormwind Freebooter on this turn, doing a fair bit less to clear, unless Chonsu just leaves up the 2-1.
Yeah, I guess Chonsu was okay with this possibility. Saying either way, I'll have a 2-attack minion left in play, but I don't know. I would have preferred to see the trade, even though it looked a bit awkward at the time. Chonsu, oh, this Viper, pretty good this turn.
100% slamming that down with the Fog Sail and probably the weapon. I want to say I'd rather preserve the 2-2 even under the threat of cannons on the other side. He's lower on health ever so slightly, but he's far ahead on board, which is just kind of the legacy of Mighty taking these immediately lower tempo plays.
Right, praying for the cannons, directing them to the left side, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Yeah.
All right, that's very good too. It means Chonsu gets 1 less value trade, but he at least can still go for the Sword Eater number 2. Man, Sword Eater is just the MVP of this matchup. You can get rid of another South Sea Captain with that. And it looks like he is sending the 2-2 space once again, even though they ended up this time. This time I agree with it, actually, because he's seen the cannon charges already.
What an absolute alpha. Who else but Chonsu is sneaking these extra 2 damages a pop? I love to see it. And now, like you were saying, the Sword Eater is good. It's a nice way to try and swing back some tempo. But honestly, I think it's got to be Mr. Smite here, because just as a trading stick, you can VT on the 2-5 and hope to get some, I don't know, decent cannons in the next couple of turns with a Cannoneer or Mutinous to chew up a key minion.
Yeah, even though it looks pretty sad to not get the charge damage going face. I think Mr. Mighty has to go Mr. Smitey here to make sure he doesn't completely lose control of the board.
Oh, he can't bring himself to play either. Each play is worse than the last, but oh, he ends up floating 2 essentially here. I mean, hero power is not completely irrelevant here, but it is obviously getting him no tempo whatsoever.
Nope.
Whoa!
Mr. Chonsu is going Mr. Smitey, I think. It's also just a trading stick here, but the difference is it allows Chonsu to push so much more damage.
Better than Mutinous?
Like, you do end with Rakara in hand, but if they Mutinous that, they're leaving Smite on board, and you just win the game. Oh, sorry,
well, no, you end with the cannons.
My bad, man. This is even
Still
better,
good.
right? Because there's a lot of cannon outcomes that allow you to have full health on the Smite, push lethal over 2 turns, Mighty with his head down. Mighty, don't feel too sad just yet. This is only your first loss of the series.
Chin up, kiddo. It's not over yet. As
Exactly.
well, this game is, obviously. You can be sad about this one, but then get your head back up again for the next one, as it's just the Pirate Warrior winning for Chonsu. Although, to be fair, for Chonsu, the Warrior getting the win is probably the biggest victory for him, I will say, because Quest Hunter, as we've seen, seems to just be a good matchup against Quest Warrior. It clears everything off in the early game. The Tavish is so difficult to deal with, and whether you go for Drekthar, whether you go for Polkel, whatever it may be, you're just kind of overrunning them in the mid to late game. And the Druid, again, as we've seen, Mighty was able to get the win against the Quest Hunter there, but the Druid against the Quest Warrior, especially the Kazakhstan variant that Chonsu has, I think can just easily keep up most of the time, unless they get a truly dreadful draw, because you have Ramp into Kazakhstan and you just have Glowfly in Chonsu's build as well, which goes an incredibly long way to being able to fight back against all those minions early on. So even though Chonsu is still 2-1 down here, it's just that Quest Warrior for Mighty that's keeping him away from being the victor here, and I think it might be his Achilles heel overall.
Could be. That's why we've been hearing so many players throughout all the regions saying these series are so dependent on the Quest Hunter mirror. Just having that that worst deck for both players face up into what's essentially a 50-50, making sure you can get the win with that would leave you favored against the rest of the decks. Chonsu here with the keep of the Dragonbane shot. He's consistently been tossing Bola shot versus Quest Warrior, which I suppose makes sense because you expect to be removing minions as they hit the board 1-to-1, right? So it's very rare that the Bola shot actually gets the full 3 targets when it's at its strongest.
Chonsu's happy about something. Hey, there it is. Wandmaker, Venomous Scorpid. Oh, this is bringing back the good old Control Priest days.
Give the man a palm reading. Where is it? Any South Sea Scoundrels? Any Nazoth? Oh, man.
Okay, tempting to go for the quick shot, of course, to avoid getting VT'd, but I think in the end, actually, I do just like the Venomous Scorpid, because even if they have coin, okay, Arcane Shot, perfect. Even if they have coin Sword Eater, it's still okay, right? Because you can deal with the value trade with them leaving a 2-1 Raider on the board, and you can also deal with the Sword Eater itself very happily in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, the Arcane Shot pickup is so clutch as well. Other options, especially Dumbledore Bunker, not usable for Chonsu with no secrets in the deck, but the Scorpid does have a very good chance of hitting something cheap because the vast majority of Hunter's spells are skewed towards the 1 and 2 cost mana line. At the moment, though, Chonsu would like to have a Bola shot back, although I'm sure Mighty will position to be stronger against it. Yep, just like this. You want the 1 cost on the edge of the board. Sorry, the 1 health minion on the edge of the board.
Yes, quite right. Well positioned by Mighty. And now I think we're just loading up with the double Draconic shot. I'd rather do that than use the hero power, right? There's no way to get 0 mana hero power as well on this turn and abuse anything there. So Yeah, just quite happily getting those Dragonbane shots played, and Mighty already feeling the squeeze, I think, as Chonsu is just rocketing towards Tavish.
Yeah, and he has the Barak Kodo Vein as well, the card that is the main reason for not running Drekthar. It's not Polkelt, we'll be honest, but I mean, you can clearly see just how many resources you can get back from the Barak here. Mighty finally stabilizing on board, but it feels a tad too slow, doesn't it?
I mean, just look at this. Overwhelm, Dragonbane shot, quick shot. Even a hero power slotted in there as well, and then you can just play Tavish next turn. I'm honestly kind of surprised to see Chonsu play the Venomous Scorpid so quickly. I appreciate it's good into a turn 5 play of Stonewall Anchorman, but just playing Tavish next turn is also pretty good.
True. The Swarm is pretty cute with his Poisonous. Like, that's a cheaper way to remove the Cargo Guard if he wants, but I feel he'd rather use the damage dealing spells to get the Tavish, like you said. So this Devouring can just stick in hand in case Mighty doesn't have an answer for the Scorpid, and maybe it takes down an even stronger minion. Mighty shaking his head. He knows it's slipping away from him. He's dealt 0 damage to Chonsu so far.
Okay, a decent enough draw to be able to kill off this 1-3 a little more efficiently, but no 2-cost Pirate to go alongside it means Rakara is unlikely to come down before turn 7, absolute earliest, more likely turn 8 actually at this rate.
Chonsu praying for a 1-cost spell.
Ooh.
Okay. Although, sorry, it still wouldn't have been Tavish playable here. Although the 1-cost works out pretty great with the Barak Kodo Bane if he just wants to do that. And hero power to get rid of the Cannoneer. Looks good to me.
That sounds great to me.
Alternatively, he could use Devouring Swarm, although I'm not really sure what he would rather save that 1 mana on. So yes, it is just going to be the Wound Prey here. And even the 3/5 body from the Barakodo Bane is kind of a pain for Mighty to deal with. Yes, he has Anchorman and Swing to get rid of it, but that means that the 1/1 Rusher is still alive for Chonsu, and every minion presence is something that a Pirate Warrior has to be aware of, because it helps give Chonsu even cleaner breakpoints to remove every single minion.
Again, the awkwardness in terms of the timing of cannons comes through here, because you'd love to be able to just go Anchorman, shiver their timbers on Barak Kodo Bane, and then have the cannons take out the 1/1. But in order to activate the shivers, you have to play the Pirate, which fires the cannons first, which could go into Barak Kodo Bane, thus diluting the power of your shiver their timbers. He's just going to go with the Ratchet instead, I guess, praying for this on the Barak Kodo Bane. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Oh, if you're going to get those cannons, you should have played the Anchorman.
True.
In the end, he's just leaving the Kodo Bane up so he can have maximum mana expenditure. I do agree that hero powering at this point feels very much moot, because Chonsu can get well enough damage to go over the top there. It's about Mighty trying to be as efficient as he can with his own quest, but we can see Chonsu here is clearly capable of getting Tavish on hand and playing it. No fear of Mutinous. And yeah, it's just going to be a little bit too much for Mighty to deal with.
I don't even know what the best way to get through this is, because he had the play of attack into the Captain and then Devouring Swarm, the Ratchet, which would kill it off and give him another Barak Kodo Bane back to his hand, which is maybe a little bit overkill. But he's going for it this way instead, which is, I think, about the same. Yeah, it's fine. You maybe get a little bit more damage to face, actually, because of the repeat hero power. So sure, it works out probably slightly better.
At this point, Chonsu just doesn't care about the health on his Barak Kodo Bane, and I think rightly so. It's all just about sending the face damage through. The snowball has gotten way out of control here. Mighty is too far behind to pull this back, and it's feeling like just in the blink of an eye, we could be going to a game 5. Anything you can pull off here? Like, the cleanest way to remove the Tavish is unfortunately face tanking it and playing Timbers, but he cannot afford to tank the 7.
And so just rush in the Stonewall lose the minion, lose a card to save yourself 4 health, probably just correct at this point, as you have all the cards you need in a way, right? With just Rakara ready to go next turn.
Maybe pray for second Shiver is the way to go here.
Sure, yeah.
Doesn't find it. And honestly, I don't blame him for looking for that out. In the end, he can still remove it. He's forced to with the Shiver Their Timbers, but he already knows he is very, very, very dead here.
There's no way this isn't lethal, right? With aim shot, quick shot, this is infinity damage. Even though Mighty's already been bitten for not counting lethal himself, Chonsu here knows it's just well over. So we are going for the 3rd time today, for the 4th time for Mighty overall this weekend on stream, to a Game 5. This man is being forced to play Hearthstone down to the wire every single series. And while I'm sure he is feeling the stress, I'm feeling the entertainment, because I love to see it go all the way down to the wire every single time. With it now, Gia, coming down, I believe, to the Quest Warrior, 3rd time in a row for Mighty against the Kazakhstan Druid for Chonsu.
I mean, for Mighty, it's fine, right? You only got 1 season of Grandmasters. You gotta maximize your screen time. It already feels like we've seen him more than we've seen Dawn overall in Grandmasters. That also is a big point for Dragon Man, actually. Next week, I really hope we do get to see him on stream at least once. But before I get a little bit too off topic, we do have this very last game like we were talking about here, the Kazakhstan Druid versus Quest Warrior, who will come out supreme. On paper, you always feel like when you're playing Kazakhstan Druid that you're scared of aggro, but as the list has been refined more and more, and with the fact that Quest Warrior doesn't get going as soon as turn 1, they still have to play the quest, I feel like the Druid still has a lot of game in the matchup. The Glowfly Swarm version, especially, I feel that's a card if you do end up with a hand with the early Fungal Fortunes, you can swing back the board pretty nicely.
That's going to be a key facet of the game for sure. However, the more I see it, the more I'm convinced that just in this matchup, going for an early Kazakhstan is kind of just good enough on its own. It's a little bit scary, of course, if they have like a Cannoneer down or a Captain that can bolster their damage substantially. But if you can find yourself with Moonlit Guidance or Fungal Fortunes in hand and go for the Kazakhstan after that point, then you can just draw a lot of your removal options. There's so many cards that swing the board or swing your life total so much more back in your favor. Some of the less seen treasures can be very powerful, like Vampiric Fangs can be incredibly useful. Obviously, Wand is a very potent one to get things done there. And Book of the Dead becomes absolutely top tier in this matchup, in my opinion, because a lot of minions are dying on both sides with Glowfly Scale and all the pirates, obviously. And then just a 7 damage cheap AoE can end the game on the spot. Obviously, Chonsu knows all of this. He knows what he's going to be looking for. But the question is, can he find it in time before the pirates overwhelm him?
It is going to be difficult, and the key pirates for Mighty here, actually, of course, beyond the Defias Cannoneer, we keep talking about us pushing the most damage. South Sea Captain is a huge one in this matchup when you know that there's so little access to single target removal. Being able to buff the rest of your board with that 3/3 is such a big deal. Cult Neophyte as a 1-of for Mighty could also come in clutch, but Chonsu with the insta-full keep. Do my eyes deceive me? He had all of the hard and soft ramp. And that could be a super heavy scale. That could be scale next turn, right?
If he wants it, it could be.
With a Lunar Eclipse.
I kind of think he does want it. Okay, he wants to hold back for a moment. I guess, given that they all have Rush, it's kind of as good to do it a little bit after as it is to do it immediately. But, oh man, that was so tempting.
I mean, he could have just had 7 2-1s and cleared the 2-2. Although at that point, you probably just save the Lunar Eclipse. You're overloaded the next turn, but the next turn you can go Fungal Fortunes and then for the Overgrowth. But make no mistake, Chonsu's still winning.
Oh,
heavily.
By a long shot here. You can see from him bopping and weaving here. Apparently, he's drawn something very good here. Oh no, it's Kazakhstan! Mighty is being led into a false sense of security, but honestly, maybe that is the changing factor. A Scale of Onyxia is good, but it's not necessarily game-winning in its own right.
Man, I just cannot read people's expressions anymore. He got a bad Cenarion Ward when he got a pretty good one. Chonsu smiles when he discards the crucial card in his deck, but it's not all over yet. If Love Storm taught us anything, it's that there are alternate win conditions to this deck, especially with the token version. Early scale for Chonsu, if he picks up an Arbor up, this is still very much winnable for him.
All right, scale on this turn, obviously what we're looking at. Fungal Fortune's a fantastic pickup as well, and Mighty getting a taste of reality here. He was on Cloud 9 after the Kazakhstan was discarded, and so now he needs to find a way to chew through all these minions, because I believe, with that pickup, cannons are fireable on this turn with the weapon as well, for that matter.
And that could be a full clear if everything goes according to plan, because he'll also get the damage from the Fog Sail Freebooter going through, plus the trade from the 2-3. And that could mean that Chonsu's game plan is falling apart. Oh, this is too stressful, Derek.
It's such a close one. That one discard turned the perfect start completely on its head. Chonsu again with the very sardonic smile there, as he knows this one is getting a lot closer than any of us thought it had any right to be, with Mighty just having strong follow-up. Mr. Smite next turn, absolutely you're happy to throw that one down. And so here, Glowfly Swarm is getting him 5 minions. It's good, it's okay, but it's not necessarily game-winning again.
It's not, but now Mighty's under constant threat of Arbor up. As always, Chonsu well within range to be able to play Solar Eclipse with it. And with the pickup of Anchorman for Mighty, now has a pretty good deviation from Mr. Smite. Clears an additional minion while preserving that powerful charge effect in hand. How many does Mighty clear?
I think you just clear everything, right? With Solar Arbor as not even a possible, but like, Arbor up is a pretty reasonable thing to expect from your opponent.
Right. The thing is, if you just clear here, you know for certain there's another Glowfly coming the next turn because of the Moonlit guidance. So is the trading helping Mighty's overall timer on Chonsu here? That's the question. Or does Mighty want to play a full control game plan even, of just getting through every single wave of Glowflies? That might be doable depending on what kind of pirates Rakara puts forth, but also just the constant cannons are something that Chonsu will struggle to have sustain against.
Still no Arbor up somehow though for Chonsu, despite having drawn over half his deck at this point. And so even though Mighty is going to be absolutely terrified of just dying here on this next turn, I think whether you think they have it or not, you have to just play Rakara. You have to go Harvest Camp and I guess see what you get and slam down the Rakara. Pray you're not dead. It's so likely he is dead with Moonlit guidance to find Arbor up with the solar eclipse as well. But there's a chance he can survive the turn.
I agree. Honestly, last turn, even if Mighty had sent those additional 2 minions face, he still didn't have the lethal setup with Smite, so you can't fault him for going for this line, but the back-to-back Glowflies, essentially, if we include Scale of Onyxia, are just too backbreaking here. Chonsu nodding his head. Okay, that Cannoneer, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but there's an option to not play Rakara here and maybe be safer. However,
I think you got to take the risk. Oh, but Mighty does it okay.
I don't know if this wins the game either way.
Yeah.
Okay, he is alive to Solar Arbor because of this, right?
Correct.
With the full trade, it's only 24 available to Chonsu, even if he finds it. And he still doesn't find it. Out of the wild, he has Moonlit again. One more chance.
Yeah, if he can hit Arbor up here, is this lethal? This is 24 plus another 4 from the Cenarion, but he can go Solar Arbor, Bloom, Vate, can't play the second Arbor.
He can bloom and then play Power of the Wild, but I think it would still be 2 damage short in that instance, so he is just going for the Solar Arbor, and you know what? It's completely fine. This board is not going anywhere. Rakara doesn't do anything against this. Mr. Smite does not represent lethal. I think Chonsu just has this on lock.
Oh, Mighty getting a taste of his own medicine despite having reverse swept his first 2 opponents this weekend, taking down Okashinsuke on day 1 and then Trahezen yesterday, both on the reverse sweeps. Finally, Chonsu, as we can see from his big grin here, hopefully indicating positive emotion this time and not negative emotion, shows he knows that this is a checkmate.
How do we know that it was actually negative emotion? He was just
he
discarded Kazaka-san thinking that, oh, Mighty's going to have a false sense of security here. But little does he know, I just have the Glow Fly into Arbor Up win condition, which is the main way to win this matchup anyway. Mighty, once again, throwing it down, giving the thumbs up, always a good sport, and I think he can be very, very happy with the showing he showed us this first good week that he's had in Grandmasters, honestly. But Chonsu here, the champion, well-deserved, just some very, very good play, and honestly making me wonder why anybody would not pick a Kazaka-san Druid.
It really does beg the question, right? Like, it just looked absolutely busted out of its gourd once again here for Chonsu. I love the lineup. I think, honestly, he did probably have the best overall lineup. Like, I really liked what a lot of the other players were doing. Like I said, Shaxi went very, very risky. Didn't work out for him, but I could see what he was going for. Alutemu, for me, is right behind, I think, with just kind of the second best decks lineup that you had available. But even then, Give Please, I think, was onto something with his Mage, Priest, Rogue. Obviously, Alan as well, we have to give a shout out to, with his Ping Mage, making it all the way through to the semi-finals, was very, very impressive. But for Chonsu, Quest Hunter, quite clearly, I think, eclipsing Face Hunter. Quest Warrior, yes, I do think that was the better bring instead of Control Warrior. And then his version of Kazaka-san Druid, he just had a better version of most people's decks and was rewarded for it with a win, bringing him up to 5 points after an 0-2 week last week. He turns it all the way around and I think is firmly in 2nd place now behind Mighty and Lambie series, if I'm not mistaken, on a joint 6.
Very, very impressive stuff. I think Lorinda is going to have to be kinder to Chonsu on his player card next week. He did just had 0 points from last week, and I believe that's a bit of a reference to Chonsu saying the 0 in his name stands for 0 losses, which holds true for this week. Chonsu went undefeated. It begs the question whether it is truly the lineup or something else going on, because I believe Gur also shared the same lineup and did just go 0-2 and drop. Personally, I do love the archetypes that they went for. I think they are the best one going into this meta, with the Quest Hunter, the Kazaka-san Druid being the main one, and the Quest Warrior. But the builds overall still remains to be seen if I truly believe in quadruple Ooze and Polkelt. But hey, doesn't matter. Polkelt, 100% drawn win rate, no shot.
Yeah, I think even though we can agree that for how the meta shook out, double Neophyte instead of double Ooze would have been like strictly better in almost every matchup, apart from maybe Alutemu's Control Warrior right at the end. Overall, I do like the builds, even if not the specific tech choices for Chonsu, which, as we said, does bring him up right towards the top of the standing, puts him in great standing to go through to the playoffs, which is where we want to see Chonsu ending up after his relegation from Grandmasters, very unfortunately, a couple of seasons ago, his requalification due to his above average, at least for APAC performance, in the Masters Tours. He does come up deservedly towards the top, which means I believe that we are ready to end. I don't think we're going to be showing standings at the end of the week here. And Chonsu, unfortunately, my Korean is not quite up to par to be able to interview him in this instance. So we're going to round out the weekend there. Congratulations to Mighty for his 2nd place, and of course, congratulations to Chonsu on his win. Europe, however, still yet to come. Not too much of a wait either, with our connection issues nicely extending the APAC broadcast if it wasn't long enough, with 3 5-game series here. So thank you so much for watching. We'll be back next week with Last Hero Standing, I believe, as our final format for our 3-week initial season before we head to, well, actually a Masters tour, right? And then the playoffs the week after. So still plenty of action here in Hearthstone Esports, both in Grandmasters and in the Masters tours as well. So thank you so much for watching. We'll be back next week with more APAC Grandmasters. And for now, as always, enjoy Europe.
He's pumping, his fist pumping, he did it! Oh my gosh. 72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for where is cards green? He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lamby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.